Okay, I will call to order the Rolesville Board of Commissioners meeting. This session is the March 3rd, 2026. Just want to thank everybody in attendance. Looks like we got good attendance tonight, so appreciate everybody coming out. We've got a couple items on the agenda tonight that you guys will be able to speak on if you care to. As you can see, Michael Paul is not with us in physical, but he is with us on our streaming here. So he will be participating in the meeting. He's just not here physically tonight. So thank you again, everybody, for coming out. I do want to start by invocation, which is going to be led by Reverend Steve Davis from over in Wall Creek. So appreciate you coming out. And then, if you would, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you very much. Everybody would stand up. Appreciate it.
May we pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the numerous blessings we have in our lives, for the communities and towns that we are part of, the privilege you've given us to live here. We pray now that you'll help us as we discuss things, and as things are discussed, may there be a sense of mutual respect for one another as well as for our town leaders. We pray, dear Father, that you'd provide our mayor and our town board the wisdom and the insight they need to make the decisions that will be best for our entire community. We pray your leadership in everything that's done, and we'll thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Okay. You would? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Appreciate that, boy. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for coming out. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And really, I'm just give open invitation. We have prayer open up first of the month meeting. So if there's anybody would like to pray, just reach out to Christina, and we'll honor you with that. So appreciate that. Next item, we got two proclamations. We're going to honor the Women's History Month this month, and also the Vietnam Veterans Day this month. So Jen, I think you're going to lead us, if you would, on reading the proclamation for the Women's History Month.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Get the glasses on. Proclamation of the Town of Rolesville Women's History Month 2026. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of the Town of Rolesville in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life in the Town of Rolesville by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas women have played a unique role throughout the history of Rolesville by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the town. Whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in the Town of Rolesville. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. Whereas women have served our country courageously in the military. Whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which creates a fair and just society for all. And now, therefore, the Rolesville Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Women's History Month in the Town of Rolesville, and commend its observance to all citizens. That was a tough one, guys. In witness whereof, I have set my signature in the seal of the Town of Rolesville on this 3rd day of March, and that would be for Ronnie.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. Any comments from the board? Would you care for any comments? I see Michael Paul's on there, so we're going to try to keep you involved as much. Michael, do you have any comments? If you do, raise your hand or something. I'll try to watch you so we make sure you can comment. Can you hear us okay?
I hear you fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is Vietnam Veterans Day. And Leonard, I think you had your father serve in Vietnam.
That is correct.
Honor us with reading that, if you would.
It would be my pleasure. Proclamation of the Town of Rolesville, Vietnam Veterans Day 2026. Whereas we honor the more than 3 million Americans who served in the Vietnam War and pay tribute to those who lost their lives due to the conflict, and reaffirm our dedication to showing a generation of veterans the respect and support of a grateful nation. And whereas Americans from every corner of our nation reported for duty during the Vietnam War, and we are grateful for their services and their sacrifices. And whereas thousands of service members returned from home, the conflict burdened by visible scars as well as invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress and Agent Orange exposure. And whereas we bear witness to the more than 58,000 names etched into the two faces of black granite on our nation's capital, a lasting memorial to those who bore conflict's greatest cost. And whereas today, we reaffirm one of our most fundamental obligations to show all who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifices by serving them as well as they served us. And whereas the Town of Rolesville and the North Carolina Department of Military and Veteran Affairs are grateful for the strength and service of our Vietnam veterans, and we honor their proud legacy with our deepest appreciation. Now, therefore, the Rolesville Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim March 29th, 2026 as Vietnam Veterans Day in the Town of Rolesville and commends its observance to all citizens. In witness thereof, I've set my signature in the seal of Town of Rolesville on the third day of March 2026. Mayor Ronnie I. Curran.
Thank you, Leonard. Appreciate that. It's good, good reading there. Anybody got any comments on this proclamation?
Thank you for the service.
Yeah.
As
Thank
my
you.
father
If
is a vet.
Anybody
Thank
in
you.
the audience that served, thank you for your service. It's really nice. And you may mention something in your liaison reports. Okay. So moving on with the agenda, the next item is the consideration for the approval of the agenda. I have not heard any requested changes for the agenda except for a closed session. We will add that at the end. Other than that, I think the agenda stands as it is given here. Being that this is a remote meeting with Michael Paul remote, we do have to do a roll call. So a roll call vote on. So first I need a motion.
So moved.
And I need a second.
Second.
So I got a motion second. So without any opposition, if you would call
Yes.
the roll call.
Mayor Curran,
Present and
Mayor
yes.
Pro Tem Alston,
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed,
Aye.
Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Paul.
Okay, thank
Have a
you. Sounds like
roll
the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. Motion approved, so thank you very much. Appreciate that, board. Next item is consideration approval of the consent agenda. There looks like there's 4 items on there, some minutes, some town code waivers that's being asked there, and also an audit contract. So as right, any board member has the opportunity to pull any one of these and talk to and vote separately, or I can take it as a slate. So what's the favor of the board?
So move. Second.
So I got a motion second. Any discussion? Any discussion, Michael?
I have a question.
No, good.
So with the alcoholic beverages provision for town events for the chamber, can you explain to me what does that do? Is that basically allowing beverage sales by somebody, an independent group, to basically have a beer cart during these events? Is that essentially what that is?
Yeah.
It's not that the chamber is selling the beer because they couldn't, they don't have a liquor license.
That's right. I think I don't know if Michael's here or not, but I
That's
think
correct.
that-
I think
the mingle is pretty much the same as it was, right?
yes. So what that does is they have an event and it allows them.
There's in town sell stuff like the coffee wagon is there from town and different.
Or like, if Artisan, for example, had first rights of refusal to
Right.
a beer cart,
Right.
for instance.
Okay, we'll make sure that's flushed out.
Okay.
I don't think Michael's here tonight, but we'll make sure that's flushed out. Any other discussion? So you want to leave it on or vote it separately?
No, I can vote separate, or vote together.
Okay, so we got a motion, we got a second, and also discussion. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
All right, we need a roll call.
Roll call. Mayor Curran.
I'm present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alston. Commissioner Sneed. Commissioner Long. Commissioner Burnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Paul.
Aye. Okay, sounds like the ayes do have it, motion approved, so thank you, board. The next item is public is invited to be heard. Anybody sign up for that, if you could check for me? This is an opportunity, anybody want to speak on anything really with the business of the town.
Michael Green, you scratched out your name, but it is, okay. So
Okay.
no one for this.
No one? So, like I said, this opportunity, anybody want to talk about anything, you don't have to, does not have to be in any business we're doing tonight, but anybody want to speak on anything, you have 3 minutes to do that. Not hearing any, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming out. Next item is Town Board Liaison Reports. So let's start with Dan tonight. So Dan, you have anything to report?
Yes, sir. First of all, good evening, everyone. I want to start by first thanking our Vietnam veterans for your service and your sacrifice, because you paved the way for my fellow brothers and sisters that serve as well. So without you and your lessons learned, would not have made what it is today. So thank you. I will first start with the Joel Fund. The Joel Fund is hosting what is called the Social Enrichment Focused Veterans, Military, and Families Alliance to seek to strengthen the local veteran and military community to improve all resources, connections by identifying those gaps, opportunities, and barriers in services. The next meeting is coming up on March 10th from 13 to 1400 hours. This meeting will be on Zoom only. The Joel Fund is partnering with SAFE Project, which stands for Stop the Addiction Fatality Epidemic Project, a national nonprofit. The military wellness program equips participants with practical tools and shared experiences to navigate stress, PTSD, change, and purpose in civilian life. Registration is required, and you can use the website, which is safeproject.us. The American Legion Post 1, they are asking all veterans and their families to unleash your inner star at their karaoke night. Step into the spotlight as your favorite hip-hop icon and enjoy an unforgettable evening of music and laughter. Karaoke by the Canteen is what it's called. It's on Saturday, March 14th from 1800 to 2330 hours. The American Legion will celebrate its 106th birthday on March 15th. And this is just a last piece from the UNC School of Government. Attending training at the UNC School of Government was extremely beneficial and reaffirmed the importance of continuous learning in our public service. The mandatory ethics training for elected officials provided clear guidance on conflicts of interest, public trust, and our legal responsibility under the North Carolina Law General Statute. It was a strong reminder that ethical leadership is not just about compliance, but about maintaining transparency and accountability to all our citizens that we serve. Given how quickly laws change, policies, and public expectations evolve, this type of ethics training should be required at the beginning of each term and refreshed regularly, at least every 2 years, to ensure we remain informed and above reproach in any of our decision making. And that will conclude my report.
Thank you, Commissioner, appreciate that. And, I think he makes a good point on this training. If you guys can kind of look at the schedule, we all could use it, so we learned a lot from that. So take a look at that, and if you can make one of those classes work. Is it a 2-day class?
Yes, sir, but the ethics training is a 2-hour course, and they said that it is required under the...
Yeah, the ethics are required. So that's something we got to make sure, Christina, because I know you said refreshed every 2 years?
For the ethics training, they can do that anytime,
Once- it's
but for the refresher.
First 12 months of your term and then any.
Okay. Problem. Yeah. Good reminder. Thank you. You got something out of there.
Oh, well, I love rules and regulation being in the military. So when I see those things, I definitely take that to heart. And the main thing is upholding those things. That's what I swore my hands to do and continue to do. So that old military guy has not left. He's still present.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner. Commissioner Deed, anything from planning?
Parks and Rec?
Parks and Rec. Yeah, you go.
Yes, we did have a meeting on February 25th, and we got a lot of good information. They have now a new employee, the program coordinator for cultural programs, Quincy Wims, who will be starting on March 9th. June is very excited to have that addition to the team, and I'm very excited for them to bring in the program coordinator. And the next, he gave a rundown of things that are happening in the Parks and Rec department, that their basketball program is wrapping up, registration is happening for spring baseball. Soccer already has a total of 257 teammate players with 24 teams. Summer camp is sold out. They're having some special events coming up. Next month, on March 20th, is a blood drive. We're having a litter sweep. We had a shredded event. I love the shredded events. And he said that they had approximately half a truck. Usually they have a full truck, almost a full truck leaving, but due to the rain, they thought that it cut down on some. But I look forward to that every year. Then we're having the egg rush on March 28th at the middle school. And rec day, they're having a big rec day this year on April 11th. So more information will be following on that. We do have an Arbor Day celebration in April 24th, which will be a celebration at the Millbridge National Nature Park. And they'll also have a movie on that night. So that'll be really exciting. He gave a lot more information of a lot more events, so visit the town website for those. Just to remind everybody that we will have Juneteenth on June 20th. Trail art will start back. If you all don't know about trail art, that's an amazing program that the Parks and Rec Department has, where they leave little pieces of art throughout the trails. I think it's about 3 a day, I believe, and you find it and it's yours. And they are really cute, precious little things to add, so it's a great program. And one of the big pieces of news is that they applied for a tourism grant for the farm, and they were awarded $3.8 million. So that is very, very exciting. So we should see some work. Work is already being done on that, but we should see more, and it should be moving forward. I believe he said that the grant, anything that is happening that is being paid for by the grant has to be done within 3 years. Does that sound right? It is, okay. All right, and that is it for now.
Thank you. Very good report. Appreciate that. And the weather is getting better, so I think even starting tomorrow is going to be pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
So
nice.
encourage everybody to start getting out, start enjoying yourself, get out and get some activities going. And we had a good park system that you can do that in, so kind of encourage everybody to do that. Linwood is a new planning director, guys, liaison, so. Yeah, so enlighten us, anything from the planning department?
You know, Mr. Mayor, we, is this thing on? Yes, okay. We at this time have a few updates, but we're going to talk about most of them today, dealing with Atticus Woods, specifically with the Collector Road, as we know. But the town board and the planning board did have a conversation around what buffers will look like, as well as just overall how we want to have, and we'll be bringing back to us more information on the subdivision definitions, as well as some of the things around some of the legalities around the LDO and CTP that we need to talk about. So we do have some of our community transportation plan amendments that we need to talk about. That is, again, with Classical Way. And then we will be needing to re-look at our LDO as we continue to recommend things that help us with townhome separations included. I also want to call out that last year we had an opportunity to attend the National League of Cities in D.C. Had a great time to speak with some individuals around how we can continue to improve our technology in our town. With those conversations, we were able to create a path of security, a cybersecurity assessment that has been done by National Guard, and I'm pleased to say that we have at least done the first part of that with the town manager as well as the assistant town manager. Thank you so much for spearheading that and for partnering with the National Guard. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Commissioner Jen, anything from public safety?
No, the only thing that I have to add that we have coming up is the Emergency Services Q1 meeting, which will be on Tuesday, March 24th, from 11 to 1, and I'll be in attendance at that one. But honestly, when there's not a lot to report for emergency services, I think that's a good thing. So, thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, it is a good thing. Appreciate that. Thank you a lot. And now, Commissioner Michael Paul, anything from senior citizens you want to report on tonight?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off. Good evening, everyone. Sorry I'm not there. Last month, we had an issue with the elevator at the Grande, which, as you probably know, is our only senior affordable housing project development in Rolesville. The elevator was out for 12 of 15 days, and with seniors in the building, the 3-story building, there were a number of residents who essentially were trapped on the 2nd and 3rd floors because they couldn't leave. So we went over there. There was no manager at the time, got regional manager. And I want to shout out to our fire department and our police department. They showed up as well. We did wellness checks with all the residents on the 2nd and 3rd floors. And once they did get a manager in there, ensured that they would do the same until the elevator was fixed. So I think it turned out pretty well, but it's just another problem that we've had at that building. And I expect more residents will move out because they just don't trust the management there and how well they take care of the building. But for the moment, the elevator's working, people are back to normal, but it was a major problem for too long. On a lighter note, we've talked about senior center, essentially a senior center without walls. Happy to announce that working with our Parks and Rec Director, June Green, and our town manager, Eric Marsh, and assistant town manager, Stephen Pearson, that we're moving forward. We should start advertising programs in April for, at this point, a start date of May 11th. This will happen in our community center on the end of our building here. And it looks like we're going to have programming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from essentially 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And in the beginning, we're going to cycle different projects, different programs to see what kind of support we get for it. And then we'll work on a more permanent calendar for our residents. And on top of that, the Senior Network is looking at providing programming on Tuesdays so that we'll have 4 days a week of a serious calendar of support and programs and activities for our senior residents. So I'm very excited about that. And then lastly, we have a trip planned to Forsyth County. There's a pretty amazing senior center there, and a number of local politicians and AARP and other very interested parties are attending. We're taking the Senior Network's passenger van, so it's going to be fully loaded with 14 individuals to go and visit the senior center in Forsyth County, and hopefully bring some great ideas back to us and neighboring towns so that we can better serve our senior residents. That's all I have for you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Paul. Appreciate that. As he mentioned, there's a lot of things going on around there. So I just want to reach out and appreciate the staff, Eric and you and June and everybody else that kind of been working with the commissioner on getting some of those things started. So appreciate that. Good thing. So appreciate your work on that. Okay, that gets us to the communications from town staff. I think Eric, you're the first one on the list here, so anything you want to provide?
Yes. So typically I save my updates for the end, but I felt like moving it up with other staff reports while the community was here. It'd be easier because everybody doesn't make it all the way to the end of the movie sometime, stay for the credits. And so I wanted to just talk about a few quick things. The first one is myself and Michael McFarland, our economic development manager. We had the awesome opportunity to go and represent Rolesville at the Hotel Development Summit that took place at the Raleigh Convention Center last week. And so he and I met with, I want to say between like 12 and 16 different developers and hotel builders. And we were able to just kind of push the vision of Rolesville, most specifically the Gateway 401 area that was highlighted within our comprehensive plan, and also just talk to them about what it looks like for someone to bring a hotel into our area. As you know, this is kind of like a desert when it comes to hotels. You have to go to Wake Forest, and we know that a lot of residents here, their families come from out of town. They have to stay near the airport, Briar Creek, what have you. And so how can we make something like that available, not in our downtown area on Main Street, but up off 401. And so that was, the conversations yielded a lot of different insights. One thing that we're going to do immediately as a next step is take some funding that we have within economic development, and we're going to partner with actually the Chamber of Commerce to pay for a feasibility study specifically for hotels, so that we can provide the information to them. And so it was essentially establish a community profile, highlight trips and things of that nature for them to take into account, and so that they can partner with either a development like a Walbrook as an example, and see how they can bring that together. And so we're continuing to have those conversations, and just want to continue to bring amenities here that we think will be a benefit to our community. And so that was something that was a really big highlight from last week. Commissioner Steve mentioned the money from the Visitors Bureau, the funding we received at $3.8 million. And so we're moving forward with that. Just want to extend a special thanks to the county commissioners and also the Raleigh City Council, because that came from the recommendation for us to receive funding. Came from a joint committee that was with the Visitors Bureau and members of the Wake County staff and City of Raleigh staff, but it had to go before their boards to be approved and accepted, and they did that without any reserve. And so we're super thankful for that. Another thing that I wanted to briefly mention was we've been in close conversations with, let me pull this up, with Duke Energy. You know that we've had some outages. They have extended their apologies and asking for just continued patience. They said that we understand the frustrations that many of the Duke Energy customers have been having in the Rolesville area, and how the community continues to feel about their reliability in the area, and they are working to deliver on long-term reliability benefits and solutions that directly benefit our community. The things that they specifically wanted to let you all know, let us know, and let the community know was that you'll see an uptick of workers on projects out here. All of it is purposed to accelerate the completion of some of the things they have discovered that they need to be working on. And so some of these new measures that they are taking they're doing a proactive infrared analysis of the main lines and equipment to identify opportunities for reliability improvements. They're doing a forensic review of the failed components in a recent underground equipment outage to ensure that they have identified other areas where this could be an issue. They're also conducting an evaluation of additional options to reroute power to reduce future impacts should an outage occur. And then some of the three long-term things that they highlighted were completing vegetation management and tree pruning, the upgrading the main power line that feeds Rolesville to increase system capacity and reliability, and they're also planning further improvements to underground infrastructure. The thing that they highlighted, the reason they gave around the most recent outage was that it was a animal interference, and so there was an owl that flew into an aerial line like transformer and caused that outage. And so there are some things that they've highlighted that are factors that are due to long-term use and things failing. We had a lot of freeze thaw during this winter, like super cold days, super hot days. So it was something that contributed to the equipment failures, and also animals flying into equipment. And they have been very apologetic, and they will be communicating with their customers directly. And so we're continuing to work with them, hold them accountable, push them so that we can ensure that we're advocating for our community and all the residents that are impacted. They've been very apologetic, and so we just want to let everyone know that we are on top of them. We are working with the government affairs team and also their operators in the field, and that they have been very responsive to us, and they are very sorry, and that is their words. They are very sorry that these things have been happening. I know.
Just for clarification, so that everybody knows, because there was a lot of question around with all of the digging that had been happening in town with the laying of fiber. So none of that was involved with the outages that we've experienced in the past 5-6 weeks?
Yeah, none of the power outages were as a result of construction.
Right, okay.
Now, there were some fiber outages that were a result of fiber installation. And so an AT&T will nip a ting or nip a spectrum. And so those things are happening. On that particular note, when it comes to the fiber outages, is that we've had a sit-down meeting with AT&T. They've been very responsive, and we're having the same kind of sit-down meeting with Brightspeed as well, because they've been causing some interferences in service areas. Additionally, we are going through and we're reevaluating their encroachment agreements and ensuring that they are returning people's sod and lawns back to their original condition, because that's the big thing, like the digging, right? And so those are things that we're continuing to work with them on about. Thanks for bringing that up. I felt like that was worth mentioning as well. We are working to hold them accountable on that as well.
So if somebody still has an issue with property damage, how should they go about getting that rectified?
Yes.
Do they call directly to AT&T? Do they call the town? Can the town assist in it in any way?
So what we do is we connect them directly with them. So they are required to return the grass to its original state. And so when you call us about Brightspeed, we connect you to the Brightspeed personnel, and that's Stephen. You call us about a Spectrum, we connect you to that person. And so we have somebody for AT&T, Spectrum, and Brightspeed, and Ting. And so what we do is we connect them directly with that so they can know how they kind of operate. Is even though they have an encroachment agreement, and they'll have the streets broken out to like different projects, and they'll have like a different number. So they're aware of, based on your address, who they need to talk to in the field, because oftentimes they'll have like 2 or 3 crews going to move. And so what we're doing is holding them accountable and making sure that we get updates on that. If you reach out to us, we'll do our best to get back to you and say you need to speak with this person. We'll also submit those tickets on people's behalf as well.
And so then are we as a town keeping kind of a log on this to be able to follow up? Because, with some of these,
Oh yeah,
they
we
give us lip service, but
we
then
show up. We show up to our meetings with the whole list of the calls and complaints, and also yes, and the cognito forms. A lot of you report your concerns digitally through the website, and so we take that into the meetings as well. And so we're aware of that, and we're advocating for us.
Putting the pressure on the
Yes.
town collective. Thank you.
Those are the major updates. Minor ones, yes, we are moving to the second phase of the cybersecurity assessment, so we're looking forward to that. We'll likely have some updates within our budget as a result of that. To segue to the budget, we are had our departmental meetings, and we're continuing to deep dive into the different requests across the town. And so once we get through this, we'll set up a meeting with the budget committee, which consists with Commissioner Michael Paul and Commissioner Long, to kind of read them in and bring that before them. And then we'll work on getting the remaining important meetings on you all's calendar. But that's all I had.
Thank you. Any questions for the manager, the board? Michael Paul, any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate we did quite a bit of follow-up with Duke Energy because of the outages. I think one of the major issues was at least three of them was doing in the middle of the day. It was like from 1 to 3, which for people in town, that's the worst time can happen, you know.
Businesses, yes.
And, you know, I think the aisle was early morning hours, so.
Yes.
About 5:30 in the morning.
So that, you know,
was very
that was done before people got up and got moving a lot. But the ones doing today is really bad, and I think they are working on it. I know a lot of line work going on between here and where it's fed from, which is, what people don't know, it comes from halfway between here and Zebulon. So it's a lot of line work going on out there on Rolesville Road. That's where you go way down Rolesville Road. So I'm hoping they'll get it right. And they did find a problem. This one that I think, I don't know if anybody from the villages that stayed out for quite a bit of while, they did find a problem in the villages that they had to repair. So hopefully that keeps it down for a while. So thanks for following up with that. We may do some more follow-up. I'd like to get them in here to talk to us sometime. So maybe
I can
something
touch
we
base
can
with them
do.
about that.
Yeah. Communication from town staff. Next one is Amy Stevens, Financial Director. Come on up, Amy. Introduce yourself if you would.
Yes, Amy Stevens, Finance Director. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. There we go. All right. So, a quick update for y'all. Two things I want to cover. The first, I wasn't going to cover, but I feel like I would be remiss for the Finance Director to be before you and not give you a quick update on how we're doing financially. So this was the best graphic I could come up with. Check mark, looking good. Generally, our revenues are on track to meet the projections for this year, so that's good news, 8 months into the fiscal year. No significant concerns with expenditures. There are a few line items and a few departments where those department heads are keeping a close eye on things, but in the whole, no significant concerns on the expenditure side. We are watching the fund balance reserves. As you know from a previous memo to you all, I believe either last month or the month before, the town has transferred a significant amount of fund balance to support capital projects. And so we're keeping a close eye on that to make sure that we can meet your policy objectives for the minimum fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. Okay. All right, what I really wanted to talk to you about were some projects. We haven't really talked a lot about what we've been doing in finance other than, you know, the usual of taking money in, paying invoices, running payroll, managing bank accounts, the day-to-day stuff. Besides that, we have some special things that we're working on as well. First is training that we're offering to town staff. We've been working with HR to revamp the onboarding process for new employees to make sure they get off on the right foot. We've been providing support for the capital projects. You've seen me up here several times about the town campus, supporting the construction manager at risk process, onboarding that owner's representative for that project. And there's been some other folks behind the scenes as well who are supporting and providing that financial advice and guidance for that as well. As the manager mentioned, we are supporting him as he works through his budget recommendations to you for this year. Also previously mentioned, the other side of finance is that we house a lot of the administrative side of the IT function. And so we've been involved with these cybersecurity assessments as well, and we'll continue to do so and help see that through to the end. We are working with administration on an AI policy and training for employees. We know employees are using AI, and it's time for us to set some guidelines around what's the appropriate use of AI and what might be an inappropriate use of AI. So our policy is pretty much about done. getting ready to release that to everyone and kick that off with some training for them on what are the best practices for the town of Rolesville in terms of using AI in the day-to-day. And finally, regular device replacement. This was on my mind today because we got all new copiers, multifunction copiers. They are copiers, printers, scanners. They are the workhorses of our work sites. We have 5 in the town, and 4 of those are new this fiscal year, 3 today. So that's on my mind, but we undergo, just to remind y'all, we undergo regular device replacement, whether that's the laptops before everyone, the infrastructure that we use to make everything run. That is an important thing that's usually in that annual budget. So that's something that we help facilitate as well. And that is it. If you all have questions for me.
Any questions, Amy?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
And
Thank you.
I would say for the cyber thing, I know Central Pines, Lee and them have done a lot of work around there with other communities, other municipalities. So if you need any help with those policies, because we do need a policy around that for sure. Keep things from going astray for sure, because it can do that quickly. So if you need to call on Lee, I know Lee and them got that did a lot of work on that.
That's who we've collaborated with, Central Pines School and the School of Government. They have been spearheading that. The School of Government has been doing a great job because AI governance and cybersecurity, those are things that are updated more than annually. Like, so every 6 months you get something that you need to be taken into account, a new level of learning, teaching, and the things that keep us safe are very practical in nature. But then the things that keep us defended in the digital space are very technical in nature. And so we're blending that very well with the training and also the policy to make sure we're informing our staff of the different things that are going on in the world, because we don't want to be on the wrong side of, yes.
Exactly right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you both. Okay, our next communications is from Sandra Wright, Human Resource Director. So come on up. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I hope you're getting settled in.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I hope you are doing well.
Good evening.
I am bringing you my very first Human Resources update. I have been here now for about 3 weeks, so not a lot of information to update, but we have added 4 key staff members since January 1st. We've onboarded a planning director, a fire chief, myself, the HR director, and a town engineer. Some of the current initiatives that I am overseeing is making a point to meet with all of the department directors to find out how I can best collaborate with them, any immediate needs that they have from an HR standpoint. We are working on completing our health insurance renewal documentation so that we can move into our open enrollment season. We've got a number of active recruitments underway, 2 within our engineering department, 1 for HR, and several police officer candidates that we're working with. As you mentioned, we are staffing for summer camp, so that involves onboarding quite a few young people to take care of those children. And we are looking at updating our new hire onboarding process, as Amy mentioned. Some of the upcoming initiatives that we'll be undertaking is the open enrollment process that will be through the end of April to the beginning of May. We'll be reestablishing a safety committee that has sort of fallen by the wayside with some of the changes that have undertaken with staffing, but now we'll be getting that back up to speed. And we're looking to develop an HR training calendar. That's kind of all I have for you, unless you have any questions for me.
Well, Chandra, you haven't been here very long, but that was a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So you hit the ground running.
Thank you.
Sounds like. Very good. Thank you.
On the this safety committee, are we going to be able to incorporate EMS somehow in that, or Would they would be?
Yes, they will. I've extended an invitation to the departments, and we've had some feedback from both fire and police that they will be participating in that.
Okay, because they used to,
Yes.
but they haven't in a long time, so we could get them back involved if we can. Thank you for getting that started.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that.
Excuse me, Shonda, just one question, especially for the summer camps. So you were saying for young folks to be able to apply to, work at the summer camps, how would they go about doing so? Is there something online? Do they come in, into town hall?
That will be posted. You'll be able to find it on the website and other social media platforms.
Okay, do you know when you'll be looking to post that?
We are hoping to have all new recruitments on Mondays so that people know when to expect them. So I will look for that on Monday.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mike, Paul, any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, appreciate that. Okay. Now we'll move on to some legislative hearings. We have 3. The first one is 11A, which is a continuation of legislative hearing REZ 25-5 and annexation 25-03, which is Scarborough Village. I think just to remind the board, we have closed the public hearing on this. We've heard from this before. I think we had tasked Planning Department to bring back the final conditions.
Yes.
And attorney was supposed to review those, and then we're going to take a vote on this. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So, like the mayor said, rezoning 2505 and annexation 2503 being continued for tonight's meeting, so the developer could address a particular condition related to the timing of the development and the commercial component. But do you want me to go through this as a summary for the audience, or?
How long is it?
Not long.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
do that.
So just quickly, this is the site, 201 South Main Street. The development is a single-family attached housing with a commercial development on the frontage. You can see the townhouse development in the back and the commercial along Main Street. These are the conditions of approval, including the new condition, which is 75% of building permits may be issued until completion of the foundation and footings for the non-residential building on South Main. So that's the timing component. And I won't go through the other conditions because they've not changed. Staff recommendation is approval of RZ 2505. There's just a summary. The land use is compliant. The density is 6.08 units per acre. The vehicle circulation network is compliant with the plans. It's got a greenway connection, Main Street goal of diverse housing types, and reestablish a town center with a commercial component on the street. Proposed motions are as follows. Any questions?
Any questions for Stephen? Any questions from the board? Any questions, Michael Paul?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I think to sum it up, the board asked to bring back something that ties the commercial to the residential, and that was the last condition in yellow there. I don't recall anything else. Does the applicant have any comments to make?
Yeah, just very quickly, Mayor. Worth Mills here on behalf of the applicant. Appreciate Stephen for giving an overview of the changes. I did want to mention that we also included 4 additional uses as prohibited uses, those being the lodge or private clubs, preserved open space, minor utilities, and minor transportation installation, which was another topic of discussion at our last meeting. But I want to thank Mr. Neal for his help in drafting the commercial condition, and appreciate the opportunity to, again, address those comments from last meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So without any other questions more? Anybody? Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks for that really brief presentation. Appreciate you keeping it short because we've seen this several times. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the board for consideration. board, you have the motions up there. So do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve RAZ 2505 because it's consistent with Rolesville's comprehensive plan, and a motion to adopt a statement of consistency and reasonableness as RAZ 2505 is consistent with the comprehensive plan and Main Street Vision Plan and is therefore reasonable. And I also want it noted that I do believe that it is reasonable because it adds to the diversity types of housing for customers for our existing and coming businesses, and because the connector street, I believe, is growing Rolesville responsibly, helping us to alleviate some of the traffic congestion on Main Street.
Okay, before I get a second, I think what I heard, Attorney, both motions was in one. Can we do that?
We can do it as one, yes.
Okay, well, the
Am I
committee,
done, or do I have to do
you made
three?
a motion of both 1 and 2, I think, right?
Yes,
That's fine.
okay.
So I think what I heard was the commissioner made a motion to approve 1 and 2 as one motion. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. So, so now I open the board up to any discussion. This will be a roll call vote, but any discussion? I know you, any more comments from you? Any discussion from anybody? Any discussion from Michael Powell?
No, I've said my piece on this one.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Okay, I'll turn it over to clerk for a roll
All
call.
right. Mayor Pro Tem
Present?
Alston,
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed,
Aye.
Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burnett,
Nay.
Commissioner Paul,
Nay.
Okay. What I heard was 3 ayes and 2 nays. Is that what you
Right.
hear, clerk?
that is
So-
what I hear.
Okay, so it sounds like the ayes have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion approved. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot. All right, appreciate the vote, board. Appreciate we getting this one done. The next item is 11B, is the legislative hearing for PA 26-01, which is a request for Connector Street roadway connection to be modified by the board here. It does require a legislative hearing, so I'm going to open up the board for a public hearing, and I will take staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this was at a request at a previous meeting to amend the comprehensive plan. What you have here in front of you is the current plan. If you look at the property just south of Wade Avenue and west of Everett Road, there is a connection coming out of Elizabeth Springs to the north, which is a community collector, and there's also an east-west collector that ties back to Everett Road. And so those were the two items of discussion. And so what we've done is we have eliminated those, and we think it's appropriate because the comprehensive transportation plan, the community transportation plan, sorry, was created when we had our old comprehensive plan. And in the old comprehensive plan, there was not a commercial component envisioned at this site. And now the comprehensive plan does envision a commercial component, which doesn't make sense having it divided by a collector road, also at a location where there's really unlikely to have any kind of connection to Everett Road other than a right-in, right-out. So it's not the best location for that. And then also the connection of Classical Way to the north, it didn't make sense to have that given the commercial component because of the problems with cut-through traffic that it would create. So we believe the changes are appropriate. And we have the proposed motions here for you to consider tonight. And if you have any questions, I welcome them.
Yeah, so I guess to make it simple terms for the board, just takes Classical Way, thoroughfare, Collector Street connection to Wade Avenue out. Basically, is what it's doing. And something else can be provided. It takes that connection for a collector street out.
And just as a summary, if I may add, the collector street is a wider right-of-way with a wider street. So at this point, it would just be a local road.
Right.
It would still connect.
Yes, that is the next presentation. There will be a connection to the south, but it's not going to be a larger collector road.
So how much, just for my clarification understanding, so for a collector road, how much larger is that? Is there a road that you could kind of
I believe it
spit off the top of your head? Like, is Granite Falls considered a collector road?
I'm sorry, I believe so, but I'm not familiar with
Okay, sorry, yeah.
the network here.
Collector is 60, I think.
Yeah, it's a 60-foot wide right-of-way.
And I don't know the size of the road.
I believe it's
35 or
34, 35.
But it's a 60-foot right-of-way where a neighborhood is a 50-foot right-of-way.
With a
Granite
collector-
Falls is bigger than that. Granite Falls is like a
And
50-foot right-of-way.
Something like School Street.
Granite Falls is like a thoroughfare.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would think,
No, I was just trying to comprehend, what this looks like versus
I would think, your road, do you live on farm?
Freeman Farm. I'm on the corner.
So, so if you're on the corner, Freeman Farm is a bigger street than some of the streets in there that turns off.
Sure,
If you
okay.
notice that. So that's what he's talking about. It's changing from that bigger street down to that street like you turn off on, rather than what you cut through on.
And I believe a local road is only 27 feet back to back,
Okay,
so that's the difference.
okay.
Yeah, that's the
Because a lot of people come down through your road.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we know that.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open I already opened the public hearing, but I'm going to see if anybody signed up to speak on this particular one, for or against.
No
No one
one
signed up? Anybody want to speak? I'll give you opportunity. For or against this, us making this change. Not hearing it, so I'm going to close the public hearing. So with that, board, I think you got all the information you need. I will entertain a solution here.
Okay. I will do that. Move to approve comprehensive plan amendment CPA-26-01 amendment to the CTP network based on consistency with Rolesville comprehensive plan. And also move to adopt a statement of consistency and realness as CPA-26-01 is consistent with Rolesville comprehensive plan as per alignment with the transportation focus area and therefore reasonable.
Okay, I think the commissioner made a motion to approve both points there. Right?
Yes, sir.
So, and I think the attorney is okay with approving both. So with that, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion, second. Is there any further discussion? Not hearing any. How about Michael Paul? You got any discussion?
Nope, well, I think we're all good on this one.
Okay. So I got a motion to approve. So without any other discussion, I'll turn it over to clerk for roll call.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Alston,
Aye.
Commissioner Sneed. Commissioner Long,
Aye.
Commissioner Burnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Paul.
Aye.
Okay, I think that's unanimous, clerk.
Yes.
Sounds like the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. The motion's approved. So thank you. Appreciate for finishing that one up. And now I think you're still up, Stephen, with 11C, which is a continuous legislative hearing, which is continuing, but really we didn't do anything last time, so it's really first time we've seen this, just, right? So you're going to do a full presentation and everything. So legislative hearing REZ 24-05, Addis Woods, Wade Avenue. So with that,
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this project is REZ 2405. It's located at the intersection of Wade Avenue and Averett. The property is currently zoned residential and PUD and residential low. The proposed zoning is Neighborhood Center Conditional Zoning District, which is NCCZ. The The proposed uses are a single-family housing and a commercial development. The commercial development is the area in blue, and there's two areas, and the single-family is I guess the orangey tan color. This did have some previous entitlement, which had been kind of shot down in the past. So MA 1802 and a couple special use permits that had been before you. So with this development, they are prohibiting commercial parking, flex industrial, and fulfillment center uses for the commercial. They are proposing a self-storage use on the 2.4 acre parcel up on the northwest corner, which I pointed out. There will be a maximum of 300 single-family detached and attached housing units in the development. They are proposing a 50-foot perimeter buffer abutting the Elizabeth Spring lots. And no commercial buildings will be located within 100 feet of the Elizabeth Springs lots. I do want to point out that 50-foot perimeter buffer, that's a buffer with landscaping. The normal one is about 20. They'll be going to 50, but they are, if you look at the condition, they are allowing a stormwater pond and the access to the pond to be within that buffer. Just want to make that clear.
That's the other 50 feet to make up the 100 feet?
No, this is the 50-foot buffer. But the buildings will be 100 feet from the property line.
But the stormwater is within that 50 feet?
Yeah, it can be within the
Okay.
30 feet, the last 30 feet, leaving the 20-foot buffer required by code will be untouched.
Okay, thank you.
They would be providing fountains in any stormwater ponds that are provided within 300 feet of Elizabeth Springs development. No vehicular access will be allowed from the Classical Way connection, which was coming out of the Elizabeth Springs and then curving to the left. So that will have no direct access to the commercial development, minimizing the impact to the development to the south. Single-family detached homes, a single-family detached home will be donated to a veteran as part of this development. And there is a developer's agreement that is basically providing guidance for the commercial development that was negotiated by the town attorney and the developer's attorney. And that is creating a 5-foot minimum side setback for the detached single-family homes. Sorry, did talk about the homes too. Maximum single-use building size shall be 100,000 square feet. And the maximum single-use building size for a grocery store will be 65,000 square feet. And just to point it out, the Publix is about a 47,700-ish square feet. So that's a little bigger. This will be a little bigger, possibly. Bigger. And so finding this consistent, it's consistent with the mixed-use residential community district. The vehicular circulation, connection from Austin Ridge Parkway through this development property, connecting it to Wade Avenue, is consistent with the transportation plan. And the concept plan includes side paths, bike lanes, and the developer is building a greenway as recommended by the Greenway and Bike Plan. And staff has recommendations for you. And with that, I'd entertain any questions if you have them.
Yeah, any questions?
Yes, so are we voting within this here, are we also voting on the special uses that they have proposed as far as, for the neighborhood center, a gas station was one of them, and then, because I did see that in the plan, is that still within this, or is that a discussion to have later?
So if the applicant were to be successful with their rezoning and with their development agreement today, if they were to choose to do a commercial use that is allowed under this zoning in the light blue area, that is listed in our permitted use tables as a special use, that would then go under a separate case to the Board of Adjustment, and that would be considered in an evidentiary hearing as to that particular use. So that will be with its own plan at that stage. Right now, you're only at the zoning stage.
Okay.
Any other questions?
To the developer.
Okay. I will take a report from a developer from the. How many of you guys going to speak? Just,
It's just going to be me unless you have questions
Okay.
that go beyond my knowledge, so
if you would, introduce yourself
absolutely.
and address.
Presentation?
I do, I think.
Plug that in.
Oh.
Tap it twice.
I sent it to you guys. If you guys have it on.
I didn't load it up.
All right.
I could find it if you want.
I mean, if you can, that'd be great. If not, no worries. I can go ahead. My name is Toby Coleman. I'm an attorney with Smith Anderson. My address is 150 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. While Stephen's trying to pull this up, this is the basics here, Stephen went through really well. On the residential portion, this project would allow about 300 units, perfect. So there's sort of what Stephen's already gone through. So there's about 25 acres of commercial area. The residential would have up to 300 homes, only townhomes and single family. There is a condition that requires dedication of 2.5 acres of parkland right there on Wade Avenue. It's in that sort of thatched area. And then, as Stephen said, there's going to be one home that's donated to a veteran, either through Operation Coming Home or some other similar organization. If you go to the next slide. This has been a case where the main issues have really focused around sort of the interaction between Elizabeth Springs neighborhood to the south and the commercial area, which is on the sort of the plan right side, plan east. We've had a lot of conversations with the neighbors, and this just sort of summarized it. We had the required neighborhood meeting back in May. When we went to Planning Commission the first time in October, that's really where the classical way issue came up. Staff pointed out that if we didn't show it on the plan, we were inconsistent with the plan, and so that sort of created the whole issue around classical way. And neighbors also started sort of raising other issues. We had another neighborhood meeting in November to talk further through concerns about buffers, classical way connections and otherwise. And then we had the second second planning board hearing back in December. And that's when the planning board sort of made the recommendation to, hey, could you, the board, take a look at the comprehensive transportation plan amendment. And so thank you for doing that, and thank you for making that amendment. There is a letter, I think all of y'all have received it from back in January from the neighbors in Elizabeth Springs. The three big concerns, they had some other ones, but the three big concerns are concerns about the classical way extension, the status of the man-made pond, that's the pond on the south, you'll see it in a minute, and then expanded buffers and setbacks. We've addressed the classical way issue as much as the town LDO will allow us to. We have put in a provision, and I'll go through this, but we've put in a revision on the irrigation pond that if it becomes a stormwater pond, we'll put in a fountain, trying to sort of figure out how to address that issue. And then we have provided an expanded buffer and some setbacks. You go to the next slide, Stephen. So in terms of limiting traffic impacts, Stephen did a good job on that. Basically what we've done is by council changing this designation of this road, we still have to put in an extension of classical way, because the LDO says if you have a stub up against your property, you have to extend it. And so we couldn't get out of that. Frankly, if it weren't for that provision, we probably wouldn't connect it. But there's a connectivity requirement within the LDO, so we're following that. But what it allows us to do is connect to a residential road, which should limit the amount of traffic that goes through on classical way. And then we've also put in, to further sort of try to address that issue and the concerns about cut-through traffic, particularly from trucks, we've put in a condition that says you cannot have a driveway or any other access from any property in the commercial area. Again, the whole goal there is do not make this in any way attractive for truck traffic or other things that would really disturb the neighbors. If you go to the next slide, Stephen. In terms of the man-made irrigation pond, it's right there on the south. It sort of is right on the border between Elizabeth Springs and the commercial area. One of the things I want to note is that, because I'm going to talk about the buffer in a minute, but one of the things to note about that pond is, you see those gray lines right below it? There is a 50-foot buffer built into Elizabeth Springs between that pond and the actual residential properties. So there is an existing buffer that will not be touched that is within the Elizabeth Springs property. And so, you know, we had been asked, there have been some neighbors who said, we really like this pond, we'd like you to preserve it. The challenge from a practical standpoint is it's at the reason that this pond exists where it does is because it's at the low point of the property, right? And so it's an ideal spot for a stormwater pond. It's where you would put it if you needed to. And so we can't promise that we're not going to turn this in, replace it with stormwater pond. There's some work that needs to be done to determine if it's what's known as a blue line stream, whether it can be drained. But presuming it could be drained, it's possible that it could be turned into a stormwater pond. That's why we put in a condition that it says, if it is turned into a stormwater pond, we'll put a fountain in it. We'll try to make sure it's attractive. There's other rules regarding plantings and other things that are sort of set out in both the state law and otherwise that we'll also have to follow. Stephen, if you go to the next one. And then finally, buffering. So this was a big concern from the neighbors with good reason. And so what we've done is provide, you know, we have offered up or put in a condition that we're going to do the largest vegetated buffer that the town has in its UDO. That's 50 feet with a berm, and then for properties where there is no fence, there's going to be a continuous hedge line. There is, you know, one thing to note is that, you know, that this buffer does go into that pond area. Obviously, we're not going to be able to plant the pond. That's why there's a provision in the condition that says that if a pond encroaches on the buffer area, you know, any pond or maintenance easement can encroach on it. Just, you know, just sort of pointing out reality. Again, we don't think that's going to be a major impact to neighbors because there is, where the pond is, there's already an existing 50-foot buffer to the south. That's why I've sort of pointed that out. If you go to the next slide, you know, the other thing to note, because this is all part of the conditions as well, is the other thing that we've done is within the conditions, all the plantings really need to be focused on the residential side of the berm. So our idea is put the plants closer to the neighbors so they can get the maximum benefit. And again, you know, just this points out the encroachment issue. So again, happy to discuss anything you have. Again, we have both developer Corey Schmidt is here, and we also have a member of the engineering team, and so happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a couple. Why are you looking for the minimum side setback to change to reduce to 5 feet?
Sure. I'll let Corey, you want to speak to that?
Good evening, Commissioners. Corey Schmidt, 1953 Steeplechase Bend, Apex, North Carolina. As far as that particular condition goes, that's pretty consistent with some of the other neighborhoods that you guys have already approved to reduce that side setback. And it gives us a little more flexibility to provide a little bit more square footage on the same size lot. That's the reason for that condition. So it's going from 10 foot, it's already in the NC district, to 5 foot.
Okay, and then the other is like the 65,000 square feet for a grocery store. You know, right now the current limit is 25,000, and these limits are set for a reason. The neighborhood center is designed to be something that is attractive to those that live around it to be able to walk to and enjoy the amenities within. You know, incorporating a grocery store that is bigger than even Publix that we recently have added, and we're not going to get into the details of the others, but including a 12-bay gas station, that does not lend itself to a neighborhood center approach. And that is why we have the recommendations, the guidelines that we have currently in the LDO. So if we were to not approve the 65,000 square foot portion to this, what else would you be able to propose for this? Because from the way I'm looking at this development, it's essentially two separate developments. There's a housing development, then there's a commercial development. And the idea is to have this kind of encompassing into one neighborhood feel. So those are my questions here. Why does it have to be this huge grocery store? Essentially, it's turning into Gateway Commons, right up the road.
Okay, yeah, sure. So that 65,000 square foot was just based on, we just recently finished a neighborhood center in Apex called Sweetwater, and the size of the building for Harris Teeter, it's one of their newer flagship stores, is 65,000 square feet. That's the reason for that request. And it is, I don't know if you're familiar with that project, but it's a very walkable.
I live in Rolesville, sir, over on the other side. I mean, that's another state over there.
I understand. But it's a very walkable community, which we feel like this would be as well. The Greenway Trail from Elizabeth Springs comes up through the project. We feel like with the uses that we've got that are already allowed within the neighborhood center, to Mr. Neal's point, that would be an SUP request.
And a 65,000 square foot grocery store, though, I'm not walking to go and do my grocery shopping there. That's a drive my car over and fill up the trunk.
Okay.
If this was something smaller, say like a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's or something along those lines, that fits into, in my mind, more of what a neighborhood center is supposed to look like. I personally have a hard time with the idea of a 65,000 square foot grocery store on this lot and a 12-bay gas station, which again, I know that that's a discussion for another point, but
yes,
I'm throwing it all out there to you at once. And then if we're going on about the 300 residential homes, what kind of a split are we looking there? What have you guys decided as far as townhome versus detached home?
Good question. We haven't gotten that far yet, and that's simply because we have not done that pond drain work. We have to go through 3 growing seasons when we drain the 2 ponds that we're talking about to delineate whether those are viable ponds, wetlands, et cetera. And that's why we haven't got to that split just yet. It's you can see on the map, sorry it's not still up, but you guys probably have it in front of you. But that map's got a lot of buffers and streams that are already in place that we know are not going to be something we can build on top of, to be quite honest. So until we get those 2 main, the south, the one beside the western part of Classical Way, and the one a little bit further to the west, until we get those drained, we won't be able to know until that's done what that split will be. But if the 65,000 square foot grocery store is something that's, the commissioners are not in favor of, we can certainly, drop back to a smaller square footage. We're just trying to give ourselves
25,000 square feet is the maximum single-use building size in a neighborhood center plan. We have these guidelines for a reason for in our LDO. And to waver so dramatically off of that, I view that as a problem for the basically what neighbors would be looking for to move into.
Okay.
But that is my.
The only reason we requested that is just to give us a little more flexibility. The current neighborhood center guidelines are obviously our starting point, and having done some of this larger scale commercial work in a project much like this that we're proposing, that was just to give us some more flexibility.
And if you wanted to bring a larger scale commercial project to town, that would be fantastic. It's not appropriate in this particular setting, in my opinion, on this.
Okay, thanks. Good question. So Dave, if you would, for the board here, talk about the 2 things here. One is the zoning and one is development. And you can You don't have to prove development to prove the zoning, right?
Correct.
So, you know, first thing you got to think about is do you want the, you know, residential, what is being proposed?
Correct. We combine.
Then the second thing is what development agreement says.
Correct. So we're combining, by statute, you have to have a public hearing and a vote on both of these things under 160D. So you have a zoning decision to make, and then per the LDO, the neighborhood commercial district allows for varying the base standards of NC by use of a development agreement. So that's in the LDO.
So then the development agreement, the second portion that we were reading up here, that would be a second discussion point vote?
Second vote, yeah.
Okay.
So we combine the hearing because it's sort of impossible to separate the two and have one whole conversation and then the other whole conversation, particularly in a planned district like this where you have a concept plan. So the applicant brought forward a development agreement to vary the base standards, which is allowed in our NC district. You can't do it in general commercial. That the varying of the standards is something particular to our planned districts, and it happens by development agreement. So that's just why you have this peculiar situation. If you were to vote affirmatively on the rezoning case and vote to deny the development agreement matter, you would have the base rules for the NC district as well as the conditions that have been provided as part of the zoning case. But then you would not have the adjustment to the side yard setback. You would not have the self-storage 100,000 foot variation, and you would not have the larger single commercial building idea. You would just have that sort of base 25,000 square foot idea. The applicant would have to speak to how that works in terms of their overall planning. I don't know whether it would or not, and that's why we combine the two hearings into one.
Okay, so, but for tonight's purpose, we can make a motion to,
You will consider these two things entirely separately.
okay, and the first would be to discuss whether or not we approve a neighborhood center rezoning, correct? And then the second part then would be the development provisions.
Yep, and the development agreement is, the mayor mentioned that I think actually staff mentioned that the town attorney had negotiated the development agreement. That's not the case. The development agreement was reviewed by the town attorney and is built upon a form that we have used before for other projects.
Okay.
And as best I can recall, the applicant accepted our form. The section where they have their modifications, and this is in your package, was written by the applicant.
Okay.
I don't judge whether it was smart or foolish. That is entirely for you. So you could, in theory, ask the applicant, would you like a different number or change and all of that could be agreed to here.
So, so I know there probably some more questions from the board, but just to keep things on our mind in order, I think Commissioner Burnett mentioned three things, if I recall. One has to do with development agreement, and then she mentioned the ratio of homes versus townhomes. That has to do with the zoning, right?
That is entirely within the zoning. There is a condition being offered by the applicant to cap the total number of homes at 300. The district allows both townhomes and single-family detached.
Right.
So that's just the way the district is written. It allows both. So how they split it up is not part of a current condition, but it could be discussed.
So one of her things had to do with the development agreement, one had to do with the zoning, and then the third one I heard her mention, I think, has to do with the usage. And the usage that go in there. And I may have missed it, but I don't see a usage chart in the presentation to the commissioners. So I guess what you're asking is what
It's on a map that's further down where they were proposing uses, and for a setup, it's actually on, it's on page 226 of our packet.
So, you have the opportunity in the zoning to look at those usages and determine which ones.
Well, and within the zoning permitted uses within the neighborhood center, a gas station for existence is it was basically, we would need to,
Special use stuff.
special use, thank you, versus permitted. And then the other is, you know, it's standard that it's a 25,000 square foot building for a single use. If it was something larger, then again, it would be a special use vote. And is special uses, is that something that we would vote on, or is that something that,
No, we wouldn't vote on that.
that's a Board of Adjustments?
But we are voting on what usages go. Now, that's a little bit different what you're talking about. What types of usages go in here, right? And I didn't see anything in the package.
There is in the conditions, I believe there are certain limitations on the proposed uses. I defer to staff on which permitted or special uses have been eliminated by the applicant in their application. While there's a lot of discussion about gas stations and grocery stores, neither the concept plan nor their conditions, as far as I'm aware, mention that. The grocery store and self-storage uses appear in the development agreement, and the self-storage condition appears in the zoning condition as well, because it is limited to only being allowed in the northwest corner, whereas otherwise it could theoretically be anywhere.
Yeah, just to the extent it's helpful, that's condition number 2 that Mr. Neal was speaking of, which is the restriction on where self-storage can go. The 3 uses that we prohibit that are otherwise permitted in the neighborhood center are commercial parking, flex industrial, and fulfillment center. And we did not receive any feedback, at least from at the planning board, any concerns about specific uses that were otherwise permitted by right.
So where are those? Where are all the uses that they would consider?
The uses are in section 5.1 of the LDO.
Yeah, where
It's
is
the
it in
table.
this package, though?
It would not be in the package because it isn't a condition to eliminate them. So it's just the regular LDO list.
No, but there was the one where they're saying that we agree not to include, and I just read it in here. I just can't, this package really big for us this time. It's over 400 pages. So to find like that one little piece of information that we're looking for, it's going to take just 1 second.
Dave, is that in the developer agreement?
The development agreement does not limit the uses that are available. I believe the only limit to the uses are the ones that were just read. Otherwise, it allows all the
zoning
uses.
conditions, and it says the following uses shall be prohibited, and this is on 122 of our packet. Commercial parking, B, flex industrial, C, fulfillment center. Right.
Yep.
Which are otherwise permitted with a neighborhood center usage.
Correct.
Where did you say it is, Dave, in the LDO, section 5 point what? 5.1.
Section 5.1. This is that table.
Yeah, for you to understand what you can do and can't do, you got to have that chart right there.
Yeah.
And I thought usually we provide that chart, Stephen, so it'd be easier in the future.
I'll take note of it.
Provide the chart so everybody see what can be put there and what, because they may decide some of them things they don't want at all.
Okay. Well, we're happy to take input or however you guys would like to do that.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. While we at it, is any other questions while they kind of cipher the chart there? Any other questions from?
I'm more, I guess I don't understand why you don't have an idea of how many townhomes versus single homes. That's having a problem conceptualizing that logically. It seems like you already have an idea of what it would look like without the ponds. You've already got a number of some sort. And when the question was posed about another option in regards to another type of store or retail or something that degree, I didn't really hear that you could pivot to something else. Is that also not on the table for you to pivot? Because that would be something that I am interested to hear about.
I'm sorry, so on the store question, are we talking about all the stores that could go in the commercial site? Commercial acreage, I should say?
Well, you specifically called out Harris Teeter as a 65,000.
Yes, sir.
And to Commissioner Burnett's point, I mean, we have a grocery store not less than 1.5 miles, 2 miles from that location. So I am interested if it's not going to be a Harris Teeter, do you have something else to pivot to? Do you have other retail options available that's not a grocery store?
Oh, sure.
Do you have Trader Joe's? Do you have Whole Foods, or do you have I don't know, a restaurant depot that you know, a social
like a
district.
sit-down restaurant.
But, you know, that's what I'm also curious about that as well.
Sure.
But I'm really focused at this particular moment. The first question is, I'm not understanding why we have to wait on how we want to separate townhome versus single detached. That part I would like a little bit more.
As far as a percentage goes?
Yes.
Not trying to avoid the question, but until we get the streamlands defined, I'm not sure what acreage is going to be able to be built upon, if that makes sense. So if you're looking for a specific percentage break from the up to 300 homes, right?
Yeah. I think what they're concerned with, and I am too a little bit, is, you know, I trust you and all, but, you know.
I love you, Mayor.
But if you sold or someone else, I mean, it could all be all 300 townhomes,
Right.
the way it's wrote today. And I think that's what's concerning everybody.
Okay.
You know, it has to be some guarantee that there will be some single-family houses. I think that's what the board
It would
is
have to be a
doing.
percentage breakdown.
So maybe a minimum of something in houses.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm thinking it would either be a minimum of X in single-family homes or a maximum of Y in townhomes. Is
Yeah, either
that
way.
what y'all are looking for?
Well, I
Either
mean,
way, wanting
if
something
we're
like
going to
that?
do it, we're going to want single-family home more on the prominent side than
Yeah.
townhomes.
Yeah.
That would be my preference specifically.
My question is, why 300?
Wow, that was the next.
Why what?
Why 300?
So
It's a large number for the infrastructure, I'm not sure can take it. So I was waiting to hear, because I want to hear from our public as well.
Sure.
Since we hopefully can.
The current by right zoning is for up to 300 homes in a school. That's the reason for the 300.
Wait, say that one more time. Again, the
Sure.
reason was,
The current zoning that's in place, the old PUD that's in place,
okay.
is for up to 300 homes, and it's a Thales Academy.
Yeah,
That's what the
yeah.
school is going to be. So we didn't want to
Because
vary off of that.
am I correct with the understanding that within a neighborhood center, it's considered residential medium? So not residential high? Is that that's how I understood it as I was reading through the LDO?
I would defer to staff if someone knows how that, it is residential high and residential medium are also districts.
I know, but within the neighborhood center, you know, there are guidelines as far as how the housing portion.
In terms of setbacks, it matches up most with RM.
And I read in there somewhere that it basically aligns with RM.
If it's okay, I'm going to have our Assistant Planning Director come up,
Sure.
who's more familiar with the code.
Yes, good evening. Mike Ellebarger, Assistant Planning Director. NC, Neighborhood Center, that is a zoning district. RM is a residential medium zoning district. RH is residential high density zoning district. So they are all zoning districts. I think you're trying to connect the dots between future land use categories and then the best fit zoning district.
What I'm trying to understand is in a neighborhood center,
Which is a zoning district.
yes. And I guess it would be basically in the standards here that I've printed out regarding building placement. But as I was looking at this, when they were saying building placement, it was confusing as to if it was referring to the residential. So for instance, building placement, front 15 foot and then 100 foot. So I'm assuming that the first part is residential, the second part is commercial.
Those might all be commercial standards.
Okay. Because I think what we're trying to understand is, honestly, at this point, 300 homes, 200 homes, it's more so about the mix. We have had, since I have been on board, since December, every project that has come in front of me, and I know for the rest of the folks here, it's even more, it is the same generic townhome after townhome after townhome. Right now, we are at just a fine mix with the townhomes considered in association to the residential, or to a detached home. So we do not want to see, you know, a 90% townhome, 10% detached home ratio.
Okay.
So whether it's you know, 150, 150, I don't care about the raw number. I want to know the percentage.
Okay.
And that is something that I think you know, yeah, 300 is sort of an arbitrary number at this point because, again, they don't know how much usable land they're going to actually have once you drain a pond. So the number 300 is not necessarily my concern, as is the percentage mix.
Understood.
You have an idea? You prefer, board for one or the other 50? Is it 50-50 or is it some other?
No.
What do you say?
Yeah.
75?
75-25, I think would be reasonable. 75.
Right?
Well, it's 75 single, is that today?
Yes.
Single-family home.
Yeah, let's clarify.
Okay.
Thank you for clarity. Yes, that would be my preference, you know, I can only speak for myself.
I would agree with that preference.
But with that max being at 300, what concerns me is something I saw in the packet with stormwater. And I know that the pond is going to be transformed into some sort of fountain, but with currently, as it states right now, a lot of residents still have a lot of stormwater coming down inside their neighborhood. So adding 300, I can only see that increasing downflow.
Right, so our engineer who's here, Peter King with Bateman Civil Bateman Civil Survey, can address that. But we will be designing to a 25-year storm. So, and just to, she can explain it way better than I can. Okay. But a 25-year storm is basically you have a 2.5% chance a year of a rain event happening that would be a 25-year storm. And she can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Evie, you want to come up and speak to that?
What's the, I got a question. Well, if she comes up. What's the density at that 300 that he's talking about? What's the density?
It's less than 4 units an acre.
Less than 4 per acre?
Yes, sir.
And what's the density of Lizard Springs that you just
Test time.
trying to get a picture.
I'd have to go back and double check, sir. I don't recall. It's 81, I want to say it's 81 acres, and there's 205 units, 105 townhomes and 100 single families. I do know that. So we stayed on that.
5 units?
Excuse me?
Yeah, how many units total on
Lizard Springs? 205. Excuse me, there will be 205. They're not all built just yet.
On how many acres?
I believe it's 81, 82. I had to go back and double check for you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So it's about that 4 unit an acre.
I think they're neighbors, so.
Or 3, yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Regarding the stormwater pond, my name is Eva King, Bateman Civil Survey. I'm the engineer for this project. Regarding the stormwater concern you have, our design will incorporate that all the water, I'm not saying all reasonable amounts of water will be captured in the stormwater system, will be directed to a stormwater pond that's large enough to attenuate the water, to release it at a peak flow rate that is less than the rate that we are calculating coming off of the site today. And what, I got your name. What he was referring to is, Corey was referring to, is there are different storm events that are calculated and assumed for this area, and they're mostly calculated out to a 100-year storm. And a 100-year storm would be considered, you have a 1% chance a year of a storm of that magnitude occurring. So we are prepared to design our stormwater pond that if it rains up to a 25-year event, which is a rain event you would expect a 2.5% chance of happening in any given year, the water that will leave the site will leave it at the same rate once the development is built out as it is leaving it right now. So basically what this means that up to those large storms, there will be no measurable increase of peak flow rate. So neighbors should not see, it's hard to calculate storms because their numbers in nature is not a very determining number, but the flow will be controlled to not increase for those storms.
So if the flow is not controlled.
No, the flow is controlled.
Okay. Is controlled?
Yes.
Okay, but if it's not, who does that fall on for liability? Because I'm a homeowner, I don't want to pay, I'm just saying. So does that fall on the developer or does that fall on our homeowners?
Yes, please.
So if you're asking who has the liability?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So under North Carolina law, if you increase the flow off of your property onto another's property, that's considered a trespass. So the liability would be on the trespasser. So that's sort of how it works, and that's why there are all the rules. That's one of the reasons why all the rules say when you design a pond, and all the designers have to go through that process. When you design a pond to whatever standard you're designing it to, you're supposed to set it so that it doesn't let off any water at any rate higher than what it was before it was developed. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Any other questions before we open up the public hearing?
I have a question, a couple of questions.
Okay.
I did notice in there that there's one single-family home for a veteran. I would like to ask that you reconsider that to more than one home with 300 homes being built. That's
Question with that. So we do have our affordable housing plan too, which helps out our law enforcement, our teachers, our EMS. So that is an awesome question, or an opportunity with the amount of homes that's going in, that could be a ratio for affordability.
yeah, for you to consider that.
Okay.
And also, so I do have another question. So in one of the meetings that you had with the residents back in May, you had noted that the development team mentions that to bring a grocer as part of a commercial area, but that a grocery store might be hard to acquire given the quantity of homes in the area. That was one of the statements that were in there.
Yes, ma'am.
So you had mentioned Harris Teeter and that you had done that in Sweetwater. How big was that Harris Teeter in Sweetwater? Was that the 65,000 max there?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's right at 65,000.
Okay, so, wait, two different things here.
Okay.
Let me come back to this because this one's in front of me. The Sweetwater, is that, I did look at the online. I haven't been there. Online on paper, it looks great. That 65,000 with the fuel, is that how it would be set up here in Rolesville with the grocery store and then the fuel off to the side? Just trying to get a visual here. And then would it be, the houses would be off to the, I saw the map there, because based on what that looks like, that looks pretty nice. And I would go make a trip to Apex to see, before discounting anything, what that looks like, if that is something that you would want to come to Rolesville. So my question is that the setup that you're envisioning right now without having it drawn out, that it would look like in Rolesville?
Great question. So the Sweetwater project is much larger than this one.
Okay.
Just as framed for you.
Okay.
And with the homes that are coming online here in Rolesville.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I've been contacted just in the last week 3 times by different commercial developers to looking at the property.
Okay.
So as I'm sure you guys are very well aware, homes are what drives successful commercial real estate. So what we're proposing at the moment is really just to give ourselves the flexibility. And then as the more homes come on board, that drives the need, the want for what with the Bailey's Academy going directly across the street now, we think this is a really good site for what we call necessary retail. So restaurants, coffee shop, medical, dentist, et cetera. And then one of the things that drives people to come to that area is a grocer. And that's just one thing. This is just not, it's not set in stone. It'll be probably 2 or 3 years before the site is really viable with the homes coming online around it. We did leave in the 50% commercial. We left that alone as far as building permits go for residential versus the non-residential. I don't remember if I saw it correctly, but in the condition, the 100,000 square foot building that's mentioned in that condition was really only meant, and we could change it if it's not listed that way, it was only for the self-storage facility in that northwest corner. That's just a really good, we're talking with Michael and Meredith and the rest of the staff, that self-storage facility is somehow always needed. People have lots of junk they don't like to get rid of, and that 100,000 square foot building is really kind of a placeholder. It seems to do very well, and it's right there beside the Wake Forest power plant, and it's right there on Wade Avenue. So we thought that was a really good use for that particular acreage. But I guess to get back to the real question, the grocery store is just an idea. It's, again, and to increase the square footage, it's just to give us a little more latitude on how we can plan the center.
So how to plan the center, so it's not 100% that a grocery store will be there, but it will be some sort of commercial.
Absolutely, yeah. The necessary retail will probably come online before, when I say that, necessary retail, your coffee shop, your the out parcel restaurants, the dentist, et cetera. Those actually probably come online before the grocery store. If it does comes. And if we have another use that makes more sense than a grocery store, we would certainly, entertain that. But the goal is to make it so we don't have empty buildings sitting on, Rolesville land. We can have a center that everyone's proud to walk to and utilize.
Right. I'm sure that is your goal, and that's our goal as well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Yeah, we don't want that either, because I have seen where the people that live near Publix, again, I stated this in one of our last meetings, they're excited to send their kids out to the grocery store so they don't have to go. And so people are walking to these businesses that are in the area. So we're looking forward to it. This is a very, very hard project because 300 homes is a lot. But I understand that's what it was already slated for. And I do understand that commercial needs to be, the houses need to be in place before the commercial comes. The commercial we desperately need. Because right now, whether anybody realizes this or not, we're paying the bill, we're paying to for our firefighters and our police officers based on our tax dollars. That's why we need more commercial here. So the project is hard with the number of houses, but we need the commercial. So it's a mix, and it's some things that I do think that we need to get worked out. And I do, the self-storage, I do want to go back right now, and you don't have to wait on me, and look to make sure that that is specified in here before we go any further.
It is.
It is.
So
It's in the development agreement.
the development agreement, it did not make the condensed PowerPoint presentation. So the language is the maximum single-use / business building size for self-storage enclosed use shall be 100,000 square feet. And then self-storage is limited by a condition to only be in that other location.
Okay.
The development agreement doesn't contain all the planning provisions. We limited it only to the things that were changing the default rules. That probably could have been done differently in hindsight, but we probably did this a year ago, it feels like, and it's been a long time getting to you.
With that being said, I do think that we do need to take a look at that chart table on 5.1 and decide what it is that we're comfortable with being there and not being there before we move forward.
That's
I agree with that.
Could one thing I just want to make sure, I am fairly confident, and Dave, you can check me on this, on the development agreement, the 65,000 square foot exception is only for grocery use.
Correct.
Is grocery store.
Yeah, and so the other thing to note is if no grocery store comes, then everything else is subject to that 25,000 square foot thing. So
Correct.
whether it's except for self-storage. So those are the two carve-outs. If there's, we're happy to discuss,
But what is
any
where I've
changes.
been to Sweetwater?
I'm sorry?
I've been to Sweetwater.
Okay.
And it's off 64 going towards Pittsboro. On the left, coming on the left-hand side, if you're going towards
Yes, sir.
Pittsboro, on the right, coming into, right, it's not that far, 540. Where I'm going is you did a great job on the project. And I've seen the Harris Teeter at the front, and I saw the gas station that was attached. And I like the look of it in that area. It's great for that area. But for what we're looking to accomplish for our town, I think it needs to be a little bit more, I know that we need we need to negotiate more what type of commercial will look good there. I do not believe that we need to be townhome heavy, so I would love for you to take that out as much of your vocabulary as possible and make it more single detached for my personal preference. And then last but most importantly is if you bring the Elizabeth Springs community along, just continue to keep them along the path of communication. The people in Carlton Point probably weren't that happy with Publix when they were being built, but now I can't get them to stop talking about it. So there's a win-win because we have to serve our citizens on that side of town. But make sure that when you bring a proposal, it makes sense for our town. That's all we ask going forward. We don't need a lot of banter about what we could do. We want things that will help the town. Thank you. And I've seen Sweetwater. Good job. All right, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna need to hear from the citizens pretty soon. So, Michael Paul, do you have any comments? You're the last commissioner that hadn't said anything. You have any comments before we move on?
I think my fellow commissioners have done a great job, so I'm good with where we're at right now.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, and what they're putting up here now is the usage. So you want to spend a few minutes on that now, or you want to move on to public hearing?
Let's do the public. I think we need to hear because we're
Okay,
calling this.
they've been here a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So with that,
Thank you, guys.
yeah. So with that, I will open up the public hearing.
Did anybody else want to sign up? Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, with everybody signing up, extra people signing up, we're going to take a recess here. So I have 8:22, so we will recess to 8:30. Thank you. And if you're going to speak, make sure you get signed up, okay? Thank you. Back in order. We had a little recess there. We did lose Michael Paul, Commissioner Michael Paul during the break, so I'm not sure if he's having trouble or what, but we'll try to get him back. So I think we're at the point that we're going to take some public comment. Do you have the sheet out there, or did you bring it up?
Everybody signed up? Okay.
Okay, how this works, I'll take the people sign up to speak for first, and then we'll have the ones that speak against second. We are limited to 3 minutes. We got a lot of people want to speak tonight, so this is the clock. You're gonna have this running. So I'm gonna have to call you out if you go over 3 minutes. The first one that's speaking for is Michael. I can't read your last name, but you on Kavanaugh Road?
Michael Gibbons.
Hey, Michael, I met you before, so nice to see you again.
Yes, thank you for hearing us. We have had an opportunity as the neighborhood to speak to many of you one-on-one over the last few weeks, and we appreciate the fact that you've listened, and we hear much of what we've talked to you about echoed in your comments. My comment requires no action on your part, but we did mention when we talked to you that the applicant is also the head of the Elizabeth Springs HOA. The Smith Family Business Group hasn't turned over the HOA to the residents. And so as we go through this hearing and as we go, if approved, there are future public hearings and oversight bodies where the applicant and the residents are going to perhaps have different opinions. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone understood and knew that right now, the applicant is on both sides of this argument. And so we're concerned about that going forward, and we hope that you'll take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Michael. Appreciate that a lot. Next one forward is Kevin. I can't quite catch your name. You also on Kavanaugh Road there. If you would state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, my name's Kevin Billy. I live on 205 Kavanaugh. I'm for this project, but I hear and see a lot of hesitation, and rightfully so. The applicant has left Elizabeth Springs in okay shape, meaning there's a lot of touches that could have been dealt with in a much cleaner way with construction debris, our greenways not really having any kind of landscaping. It's just all construction debris that was just put over with dirt and then laid construction grass or whatever you want to call it. So it's just a bunch of weeds. So just the small detail stuff like that, leaving the community as they leave it, is kind of an alarming, and y'all should be alarmed. Clear cutting an area behind some houses that, that was supposed to be, clear cut, but promised for a dog park or y'all gonna like it, and it ends up just laying mulch down, and then now it's just all weeds. So it just doesn't give our curb appeal to our neighborhood that we deserve as residents, is the way he left our community. So please take account of, make sure we get an agreement on how he's going to do this community and help it tie into Elizabeth Springs. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Kevin. Next person is Ed Ortskos. I think you're neutral.
Sort of neutral. My name's Ed Ortles, 308 Kavanaugh. I just wanted to come up and say first thanks to the Madam Commissioners for asking the deep dive questions. You started it off and you got the questions going. I do appreciate that as a Rolesville citizen. I appreciate the question on the 300 homes. Corey's answer to 300 homes, to me, really made no sense in that I don't think there's a builder that knows what the profit is on 300 houses versus an answer if I put 250 in versus single homes. Or if I put a retention pond in and it knocks out a few more houses, what's the calculated profit? I don't know what builder would not know that at this point. You just financially don't make decisions like that. Just to say, you said there could be 300 homes, therefore there is 300. Financially, that makes no sense. I think you all know that, but I also wanted to pick up on what Kevin says. Walk the retention basins in Elizabeth Springs. They're not the prettiest looking things. You might walk by them and go, what is that? The second pond in Elizabeth Springs did overflow. I didn't see Corey and his team there fix it. It just went in the backyard of our neighbor, which is about 2 houses down from me. So there is no follow-up. So the follow-up is a big deal here because he doesn't really follow up. And these answers that he gave, especially around the number of houses without a financial impact, which any builder would know, any accountant would know who advises them, would know the answer before even getting into this whole entire project. So I just wanted to say, I'm now taking it that you give me a better feeling because you asked those questions. You're pulling it out and just sitting there listening going, wow, they're pulling out all these questions that have an impact. Like the size of the building of 65,000. He knows the profit on that. He knows the profit on 25,000 square feet. He knows that, but he's not answering it. He's just telling you whatever's in the documents. So that's all I wanted to say. I do appreciate you. I came to a couple of these conferences, and I got to say, I'm walking away with you feel like you have us, Elizabeth Springs, Rolesville residents, with your questions about the nice feel of not a Harris Teeter. It feels good, so thank you very much, and that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then Molly Hurst, you sort of neutral too, I think.
I stand? Yeah. No, the bigger podium. Sorry.
Welcome. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Molly Hurst. I live at 208 Kavanaugh Road, near Classical Way. Thank you so much for having us and listening. We very much have been blessed with meeting. My husband's been meeting with several of you, and I'm just really proud to be part of Rolesville because of you all and what your hard work for us. So thank you. My husband and I were in favor of this. We're all for development. We're all for Rolesville building businesses. That is not why we're here today. We're for that. But giving a developer a blank check, which, yes, first we have to give the zoning, right? So he can build the businesses that we need. Good. But these special permits that he's requesting and a blank check of $65,000 square foot building in a place where there's going to be a school. There's rumors that there's going to be another food line built not too far away from this site. We don't need another Gateway Commons right here. One, yes, obviously we live near this site. We don't want it. But does Rolesville want that? Is that really what Rolesville wants to look like? Just grocery store, gas station, townhomes, few houses, grocery store, houses. That's not a place that I want to stay and live. If we have more things like Cobblestone, which is much more mixed residential and a really cool place to be, and we live by something like that, that would be something that we're really proud of. And it also, Cobblestone Village really gives a sense of, wow, Rolesville's really thinking hard about what makes a great town. Not just a place that people can come and live, but a place that people want to come and live and do business.
Thank you.
So
Thank
that's
you, Molly.
what I would ask for.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, one more, just somewhat neutral. Margaret Watkins, if you would come forth. You still here? Where's Margaret? There you are.
Okay. If this is approved, one thing that I would...
Margaret, name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret Watkins, 407 Belmullen Court. If this is approved, I ask that the facade that is on the roadways, that it be at least 75% brick, because I've seen the architectural plans for Thales, and that would go along with the school. I would ask that the developer commit to no truck stops or overnight parking, prohibit driveways within 200 feet of the existing residence, no menu boards or speakers facing the existing homes, no 24-hour businesses, that the lighting under the gas stations be fully enclosed, and if we could reduce the number of pumps in case a gas station does go in there, that would be great. Full cutoff fixtures, pole lights limited to 20 feet, and reduce the foot candles for the lighting. I think the LDO allows 8. I want to see that reduced a little bit. The rooftop HVAC systems, have those screened. No loading docks within 200 feet of a residential area. The trash compactors be fully shielded. All turn lanes completed before the commercial occupancy certificate thing is approved for the commercial. And if the signal is warranted there at the stoplight, that we get it down and how much the developer is going to cover that. The long-term maintenance of the buffer, who's going to care for that. And also if we could increase that buffer to 75 feet with the berm, that would be great. And no fuel tanker access off the residential roads. It was unclear if there was a 10-foot path along Wade Avenue or not. If we could make that a 10-foot path, that would be great. Get the construction traffic routes installed to reduce the construction traffic going through Elizabeth Springs, that would be great. And limit the hours of operations for the stores. Or no, not the stores, the for construction, that would be great. To, I don't know what your noise ordinance is, but if it could match the noise ordinance, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate that. That's a long list. I hope we get that over there. So that's a long list there. Appreciate it. Thanks. Some of those are covered, like the hours of work in construction and those type things, but you did have some good points in there. Next person is, we're going to now move to the against. First one on the list is Josh Hurst. Josh Hurst. Nice to see you again, Josh.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, thanks very much for your service in leading the town, and thank you for allowing me to speak at this legislative hearing. My name is Josh Hurst. I live at 208 Kavanaugh Road in the Elizabeth Springs neighborhood. I have 4 concerns about the applicant's proposed zoning conditions. First, as it relates to the buffer, the LDO calls for the highest point of the berm in the buffer to be in the middle of the buffer, which would be 25 feet from the property line, but the applicant's Exhibit 1 for the perimeter buffer Type 4 modified shows it as being 18 feet minimum from the property lines. If this really is a 50-foot buffer, I would ask that the highest point of the berm be changed to be at the center of the buffer, 25 feet from the property lines. Second, the LDO does not allow accessory uses within the buffer, but the zoning condition number 5 from the applicant is seeking an exception to the LDO's definition of a buffer by specifying that the stormwater control measures and its maintenance easement are permitted within the buffer. The SCM is considered an accessory use and would be taking away from the intent of the buffer if it is permitted within the buffer. So if the accessory uses If the accessory uses are allowed to start 18 feet from the property line where the top of the berm would be, then the 50-foot buffer has been essentially reduced to 18 feet. And with both of these exceptions, Exhibit 1's title is a misnomer. This is not a Type 4 modified buffer or a 50-foot buffer. The LDO does not allow SCMs within a buffer, so I ask that you not allow that exception. Third, zoning condition number 5 says that the property abuts the following lots on Kavanaugh Road, and then lists 13, or pins for 13 residences along Kavanaugh Road. However, the Elizabeth Springs HOA owns a narrow parcel between the applicant's property and 5 of these residences, but the pin for that HOA parcel is not one of the ones listed under the condition number 5. So my ask is that the conditions be clarified to say that the buffer will begin at the HOA property line that abuts the applicant's property in the vicinity of these 5 residences, since 5 of these pins don't actually abut the Atticus Woods parcel. Basically, 5 of us don't actually touch the applicant's parcel. There's a narrow strip of land that the HOA owns between us and the applicant's property. And then fourth and finally, the zoning condition number 5 says that the buffer will be landscaped unless environmental conditions at the time of approved plat prohibit grading or landscaping. Could you clarify what is meant by environmental conditions? Should that instead be environmental regulations if it's anticipating a blue line stream in the area of the buffer, or is environmental conditions referring to it being muddy or containing hazardous material or something else? So my request there is that the environmental conditions be changed or defined so that mud or snow don't count as environmental conditions that would prohibit it from being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So Heather Engard, come and state your name and address, if you would.
Sure. Heather Engard, 216 Kavanaugh Road. I'm 2 houses down from Josh and Molly. And I just want to thank you again for listening to us and to again raising these questions. I'm going to continue to talk about this pond. In the pictures that you see that we keep talking about this irrigation farm pond, that is directly behind my home. The developer clear cut the land behind my house. So I have no buffer. The properties were not properly graded. I have gone to the HOA, and again, we've called out that the developer is the HOA. I have gone to the developer because my backyard floods. I have a concern. I'm for the commercial development, but I have a concern. We've talked about this. This is the lowest level, right? And it makes sense for this water retention. I, again, just want to express that I have a concern about the buffer area and the amount of water and runoff that would be coming into my area and the visibility into this commercial property. As Josh just said, we are right there and there's nothing. And if we're going to reduce that size of that buffer, I have nothing. My fence line, and it's a clear view fence. It's not a white privacy fence. I'm right there. So I just ask you take that into consideration as we continue these discussions with the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Heather. Okay.
I'm sorry. Heather, what was your address? I missed that. 216 Kavanaugh.
Okay. I now have George. Come up, George. Is that George Wren? So state your address, if you would, name and address.
George Wren, 1408 Carrie May Lane. I'm the second house when you turn on Carrie May, and my house will be right where they built Thales Academy. I appreciate the questions. I really do. I think you ought to hold the builder to his feet. How much is enough, or when is enough? I have never seen the traffic and stuff that we have to wait and wait and wait to get out on 98. I asked the builder here a while back, what were they going to, I keep hearing something about townhouses, that's the reason I bring this up. He said there was going to be single level homes. If I'm not mistaken, he told me 3 to the acre. I also mentioned to him about this storage area up there. The lady that was in that meeting asked him, there's a bunch of trees up there right before that power thing. All of those trees are going to be cut down. I asked him, I said, well, he said they've asked for storage area. And when I asked him who, he couldn't give me no answer. I think he's shady. I really do. I've heard other people talk. So I'm asking, and this 65,000 grocery store, how many grocery stores, how many storage areas, how many shopping malls with Subway, all these other little, that doesn't belong as a shopping center like that. Bring something in that's going to be nice. It's not an everyday thing. Every time you see a shopping center, everything is the same. Nobody deviates. So I'm asking you to check in. He said something about 300 houses, and what he told me there was not going to be any 2 stories. And I keep hearing something about townhouses. Now, I guess you're talking about right across the street. So I'm asking you, hold his feet to the fire.
Thank you, George. Appreciate that. And now Betty Freeman. Come on up, Betty. How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well.
Well, everybody up here knows my name, but I'll say it for everybody else. Betty Freeman, 524 Everett Road.
Thank you, Betty.
I've lived in the area for 75 years. My family owned the property that you're discussing. Part of that land is in the Little River watershed. Wonder what they're going to have to say about you changing the water flow or not changing it and putting city water in there. The other thing is that 300 houses, you're talking 600 more cars. Sometimes it takes me 30 minutes to get out of my driveway. Holding me hostage is against the law. Do you know that? And that would be tantamount to holding me hostage.
Thank you, Betty. Appreciate your comments. Okay, that gets us to the end of the sign-up sheet. Appreciate all the comments from everybody. I do think we have a couple of items the board is interested in seeing. First is the use chart there. Stephen, are you going to explain that to everybody, exactly what we're seeing and what is being proposed? I know in the conditions, there was a few things taken out, or wasn't going to be done on that?
If I say anything wrong, come over and correct me. This last column on the right is neighborhood commercial, or neighborhood center, sorry, neighborhood center. And right now I'm in the part of the table where there's commercial uses. So where the P is on the last column here, those are uses that are permitted. And if you see an S, there'd be a special use. So unfortunately, this table is split over many pages here. But you can start to see what uses are allowed and not allowed. So again, like retail sales and services neighborhoods permitted. And there's definitions of some of these uses, so I can't begin to tell you exactly the square footages for the breakdown between a retail sales and service neighborhood versus community. There's more research that would have to go into that, looking at the definitions. But more commercial uses here.
So out of the norm, I see the artisanal manufacturing, the flex, and the fulfillment center. I think 2 of those were listed already as them not having those, I think, if that's correct. We have minor utility, major utility, minor transportation installation, major transportation. Oh, that's
From the research that I did regarding retail sales and service, neighborhood community versus shopping center, that all has to do with essentially the size of the buildings. So obviously with the neighborhood, it is a smaller footprint. I thought I wrote down the exact, oh yeah, okay. Retail sales neighborhood equals 25,000 square foot store size. whereas retail community equals 500,000 square foot store size. So that was, because that was my question, I was like, what is the difference between these two?
Go ahead.
I do have some more questions. I want to make sure that my fellow commissioners are looking over the uses of what we don't want to see there. I did see something about, if you can go back up, if you don't mind, sir. Okay. Definitely did not want to see in the bars and nightclubs, adult businesses.
Neither of those are allowed.
Neither of those are allowed. That's good. Just want to clarify. But I do want to talk about the perimeter buffer, type 4 modified. That was one of my questions, but I wanted to make sure I hear from everyone first. Could you clarify, because I'm not remembering right now, but with a type 4 buffer, is a wall mandatory in the LDO or not?
I'll have to defer to my senior assistant planning director on that.
Yes, a type 4 requires a 5-foot berm with a 3-foot minimum wall on top of the berm for a total of 8 foot of vertical height. That's a type 4.
Any reason why I guess I see why it's saying modified, but is there any reason why we're going against the LDO on this, since we have a discussion, but we haven't come up with a conclusion yet of eliminating walls? I thought that would be brought back to us in a work session, but
There's a separate text amendment circulating. It's about residential zoning against residential zoning.
Okay.
Which is not the situation before you tonight. Tonight you have a neighborhood center zoning district against a residential. So it's not the same apples to apples, if you will, from that text amendment that we've discussed at prior meetings.
Okay.
Yeah. I would add, the neighborhood center has very unique mixed-use zoning perimeter buffer yard standards. They're not what probably the board and staff is honestly used to, where it's one of these type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4s. It's a very unique one. The applicant is voluntarily proposing a 50-foot depth type 4 built buffer. A type 4 is typically 25 foot in depth. The applicant is offering to double the depth and then build all those things. This is a much larger and more intense, more vegetated buffer than the NC zoning district inherently has within it. So it is an offer by the applicant in direct response to community input and so forth.
Okay, question for you. Since some of the citizens had concerns with that, Mr. Hurst made a comment. Could you clarify what he was asking for? With the berm?
Be in the center?
Yes,
Or the
right.
berm in the middle of the buffer.
Correct, right. I did notice that in the drawing that the applicant put together, how they would design that. And I do believe that that was done for the potential encroachment of the stormwater pond that they envision might be in that area. So they're going to locate the vegetation towards the Elizabeth Springs side of that 50-foot area to ensure that it would get built, should any encroachments on the northern side of that buffer area be built. It's a fair ask. If the board would prefer the plantings, the berm, et cetera, be centered in that 50-foot, you could direct the applicant that that would be your preference.
Yeah. And to clarify, the stormwater pond would not be in the 25-foot buffer that the LDO requires.
It would, but if they did the 50-foot, then it starts to encompass the pond.
That's right.
The applicant has said it could. They may end up needing to locate the stormwater pond somewhere within that last 50 feet between the project and Elizabeth Springs. But remember, the 50-foot dimension is completely being volunteered right now by the applicant.
Minus the wall, because the way that we have it read, it should be 25 foot with a wall. Am I correct on that?
No.
No.
Everything about this type 4 buffer is
all
voluntary.
vegetation.
Well, it's all voluntary, and they're doubling the depth
Okay.
to 50 foot.
Right, what I was saying
Yeah.
is, outside of what they're volunteering,
Mhm.
what is the the absolute minimum with the neighborhood center? Would a wall be involved with that buffer, or would it just be vegetation?
It would be very different. It's a three-tiered buffer of space, then like vehicular use area, and then a building. It's very urban. It's more like what Cobblestone had to do around its borders. That is one of the natures of the neighborhood center of all three mixed-use zoning districts, which gets to the bigger question: is neighborhood center the appropriate zoning for this property? But that's another point of your discussion: is this the proper zoning district for this? But again, in this particular area, the applicant has volunteered to do a 50-foot Type 4 built, really suburbanized buffer against Elizabeth Springs.
Would a buffer like this mitigate some of the issues that the neighbors are having right now, you think?
It's greater than what the NC zoning district has as far as a buffer. Spatially, that depth, what will be built in there. So I can't speak for how the neighbors react to this particular condition, but it's greater than what the NC district inherently would require.
So Michael, I'm sorry, I tend to be the more logical one, so I need to sometimes hear like a 4-year-old. I'm not really understanding why a citizen's still having a flood issue in their backyard. And if it's at the southern point and we're contemplating taking out a stormwater there, but that stormwater will have a buffer as well to protect it from that citizen or those citizens in that low area. And that buffer may or may not prevent them from having future floods from a stormwater that we don't know we're keeping. And I know this is, I'm asking you because I'm trying to understand. So
I think what you're asking, there's an existing pond there, but it's not a stormwater pond. If they engineer a stormwater pond in that rough location, it will be designed to take the floodwaters and store the floodwaters. So it'll be engineered where what's there now is really, an agricultural pond. Totally different purpose.
Got you.
So,
got you. So what you are saying, though, is if, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but the applicant is saying they will put something in that area, if necessary, that will be to take the floodwaters away from the citizens, and then they will also provide a buffer around that as well?
They were going to still provide the required buffer at the property line. So the area that the pond is shown now, I would imagine would be a little bit smaller and moved into his property with the buffer along the property line. That's how I see it. I mean, the developer could speak to that more if there's still questions, but that's how I understood his explanation and the drawings.
Okay, so since we're talking about a lot of ifs, maybes, buts, we're talking about the water storm drainage. Looks great on paper, but in reality then, it sucks. And it is flooding neighbors' yards. We still got a problem over here. Is there, what is our standing as a town to say, get back here and fix this? It might be a year after development. Is there something that we can have in a contract that, a condition here that, and I don't know, maybe this is a question for Dave, because we can go around and hypothesize all day long.
So I could try to address that, just to explain. So when they developed Elizabeth Springs, they weren't controlling the water that's coming from the land to the north.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, and I think the flooding is happening in that low area which current pond exists.
Mm-hmm.
So they haven't engineered any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So as they engineer the new development, he will start to control the water that's coming down from this development site into Elizabeth Springs.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think, and I don't want to put words in the developer's mouth or say anything that's not going to be true, but typically, all the rooftops in the front yards are going to go into catch basins, and those catch basins are going to direct it to that pond, which then typically will alleviate all the stray runoff that comes across that property. It becomes controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So generally, except for in a large storm event, it's going to be controlled.
Okay.
And directed to a specific spot instead of just kind of coming across the land as it does naturally.
One thing I'd like to point out that I believe their attorney said that North Carolina law, they can't make it any worse than it already is. Is that correct? Okay. Hers is already bad. So I would like something to be done since Elizabeth Springs is still the HOA over both of these right now, for that to be addressed.
Yeah, that's actually,
With the new zoning and all of that, take care of the flooding.
yeah.
You're still out there, you're still doing, I don't know, can you come back up here? You're still doing what needs to be done. Please, can the developer come back to the mic?
We can.
Then please take care of her issues. And also, Mr. Josh Hurst, he had 4 points, including a little sliver of land that's owned by the HOA that's not in a PIN and all that stuff. Can you just look into his 4 concerns as well?
Absolutely.
To make sure that all of those are.
Yeah, that's most likely an oversight on our part, just that we left out the legal description of that HOA managed property. That's no problem. I think Mr. Hurst also mentioned that the goal here is the buffer plantings that we're offering. While the type 4 in the current LDO requires 25 foot with a 5-foot berm and a 3-foot wall. In my discussions with some of the neighbors here, they're still present, my thought, and I think they agreed, they can speak up if they don't, but a 3-foot wall, it just lends itself to vandalism and tagging and all that kind of stuff. And it really doesn't get, if you go and stand at the back of their properties, the property that we're talking about now rises. It comes up to 98, right? So the goal here was to give them a really opaque shield, wind, noise, and visual buffer using plants that are going to get much taller than a 3-foot wall. That was the reason we modified the type 4 buffer. That was the reason for it. So we think it's a much more aesthetically pleasing, and it just doesn't lend itself to the vandalism that could take place with a wall.
Well, that's definitely a woulda, coulda, maybe happen. We don't have, right now we've been voted the safest place in North Carolina. Thank you, Chief. So we don't have a lot of vandalism problems, sir. But I'm not saying it can't happen. But let me make my point here. It sounds like we have a communication trust issue with the HOA applicant, and as well as the citizens of Elizabeth Springs. I would strongly recommend, I think we're safe to say that it is something that you're going to have to fix with them by showing some sort of commitment to helping out their concerns, especially around flooding, things that could have been improved with the walkway, especially the greenway if it's just construction all over. They right now don't trust you. And we need to, in order for us to have confidence in any type of project, we need the trust of our citizens. Now, it doesn't mean we're all going to agree on everything, but right now they need you to show them that you got some skin in the game. Start off with let's try to fix the flood issue in the immediate. Show them that you care about a little bit more than that. I think you might get a little bit more honey.
Understood. The only pond that I know that was flooding is the one that's further west, and it's actually in Elizabeth Springs.
Classical Way?
No, sir. It's further west on Kavanaugh, almost at the intersection of Winter Springs.
All the way at the bottom?
It's the third.
Yes,
all the way at the bottom going?
More towards Austin Creek.
I got you, yeah.
That's actually another man-made pond, but it's actually on the Elizabeth Springs property. There is a skimmer drain that has been installed that actually got clogged. So we had water coming out of that pond and running down the back of some of these people's homes. Once we realized that the skimmer drain was clogged, it was a ball. It's an inflatable ball that was in the drain. My guys actually went in with waders and popped the ball and got it to drain out. So that's the only drainage issue I know that we've got as far as a pond goes. But we can certainly address Mr. Hurst's concerns and some of the other things I've heard tonight.
I think it's reasonable.
And regrading so that she doesn't flood.
Yeah, so in clarity, where is the variation on the, I guess, the buffer located? Is that in some kind of condition where you're not putting the wall in or what?
I'm happy to put the wall back in there. I'm happy to do that.
Is it out or is it not?
We did a modified buffer based on
for clarity,
some of the conversations that I had with some of the neighbors.
If there were no condition regarding this buffer, the LDO would not require anything like this 50-foot. The reference to the 4 is to give staff guidance when it comes to construction drawings as to what they should be looking for in terms of design. That's why we referenced it back to the LDO. But this is totally outside the book. right? This is being created as something special for this location. So whatever the town and the applicant can agree on is totally fine, but none of it would have been required under the LDO. This is all extra, as Mr. Ellebarger said. Does that make sense?
So the wall is not required in the...
No.
Because he keeps saying he took it out.
It's because it's referenced in the type 4 buffer that was used by reference to give staff an idea as to what was being discussed with regard to a berm. Probably should remove a reference to type 4 and just say what we're going to build.
And that was simply done because that was the planning board's recommendation, what we heard back in December. That's the reason we did a modified type 4. That was the reason for that.
But otherwise, there would be no type 4 or type anything. There would be no type. There would just be the provisions that are in the NC district.
Because I want to say, I think if we're talking wall or no wall, that would really be a discussion with those handful of homes that back into the commercial portion, right? The rest of it is all residential on residential. But we have that unique situation there at the beginning of Kavanaugh, having the backup to a commercial property. So to get down to the nitty gritty on the specifics of that, I would like to talk to the handful of citizens that would be impacted by the backup with, to something to commercial.
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like you're amenable to what would make the folks happy.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And I thought that's what we had done when we proposed this.
Right.
If that needs to change, we
it
can
would just
change
be
it.
something to kind of verify with, because correct me if I'm wrong, there's but about 7, 8 homes?
11 or 12 of them, not mistaken.
Okay, that would back up kind of to the
proposed commercial, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay? Any other question?
Yes, I'm glad you said that, Nate, the citizens have the one thing brought a concern for me, which was how Elizabeth Springs was left, and things that were promised. So on this project, we'll make sure that everything that you were stating is.
Sure. So to respond to Mr. Billy's comment about the dog park, if you go look at the approved construction drawings for Elizabeth Springs, the area behind the amenity center, the pool, was never planned for an amenity. That was something we were trying to do something a little bit nicer for the community. And with some of the townhome lot sales to a different entity, that became a discussion point, which is why it hasn't been finished. But it's been graded, it's been stabilized. That was never, to use the quote, promised, but it is something that is still moving forward. I'm not really sure about the Greenway Trail. That's something we have to do per Rolesville's Parks and Rec standards, engineering standards. That's been done. Matter of fact, the ND warranty inspection is in 2 weeks, actually. But it's been constructed in accordance with, the bonds I've got in place for it. To speak to the other items, I'm not really sure about construction debris. I mean, homes are built by imperfect people with imperfect materials. So we try and do the best we can. But in those larger lots, it was a little easier to contain some of the debris. But I will never say that we're perfect in capturing all trash, all debris. But we did our best to try and keep the streets clean with regular street washing and street sweeping. But as far as the other items, I'm really at a loss as to how to respond to those.
Okay. Anything else?
I think this is the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. Did you see anything in there? Because I was going to mention that. That's the first thing is the usage. Do you see things in there you want to eliminate?
Well, it has assembly or a church. I don't know if right there would be the right place for a church. And then I also see lodge or private club. Again, it should be open to the public and everyone there, I would think. There is a question that I have for Stephen or Michael regarding what these things mean in here, such as again, I had asked this once before, I do believe, the artisanal manufacturing. Remind me of what that was, please. I think the Flex and Fulfillment Center are already on your list. Is that correct? You wouldn't have
Band, yes, ma'am.
that they would not have those.
Correct.
And I just need to understand minor utility, major utility, minor transportation. And I think we took those out of our last project as well.
I understand the artisanal manufacturing is like a pottery studio.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that one was fine, yeah. But the minor utility, major utility, wasn't that those little utility stations?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think that would be the spot for those.
Yeah, major utility is usually a substation, minor utility is everything else.
Right, the minor utility was an option, and minor transportation installation, is that like a bus stop?
I thought that was like a bicycle shop.
Oh, a bicycle shop?
Oh, like a repair shop?
When I was here for the workshop meeting a couple weeks ago, I believe that came up with Starbucks.
That would be good, we need
I think that's what it was.
A lot of these uses are really untested in Rolesville, but I think they're somewhat open to interpretation. Yeah, a minor transportation could be a bus stop that would need to be. Now, that's likely to go in the right-of-way, honestly, not on private property. It could be something as a bicycle parking station, you know, again, but a lot of these, they're just not tested in Rolesville to really tell you exactly how they would, how they look, because we don't have them.
I would advise the board to not add any religious institution to the list of prohibited uses, given the state of federal law in that area.
We have some work to do on this. Yeah,
Yeah, because my question is like, you know, it's one thing to vote for a neighborhood center zoning, but all of these other provisions, do we have to, like, I have way too many questions, way too many, a lot, with, especially with the provisional aspect of this application. You know, a neighborhood center zoning in general, I think is a good idea there, but again, there are too many other things that are taking it outside of this idea of a neighborhood center.
You're talking about development agreement.
What's that?
You're talking about development agreement?
Yes. So that's I guess where my question is right now for the sake of our purposes at this moment.
Yeah, what?
Is it advised that we could make a vote on the neighborhood center zoning without attacking all of these other?
The board's guidance in the past has been when the applicant and the board, or the applicant and the town, are trading zoning condition concepts back and forth, that you not try to do that on the fly.
Correct.
And that instead, the applicant be able to actually process how they could design the buffer, and we could take some time to review the language to ensure that it's something that the staff could enforce. So when things start to change in creative ways, the town attorney always asks that the board continue the case in the event, in the event that the board is considering approving it. Obviously, if there's no support for the change from the current zoning district, there's no reason to keep working on this.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where I was gonna go. So I think we had a good point to wrap tonight. Appreciate you coming out. Thanks a lot. Thanks all the citizens coming out. So what I'm gonna suggest to the board, if you're interested in taking another step, like the attorney says, is ask you to schedule this or delay it to a future date. And here's items I got. So let me, and you guys add to it, because there's two things we're talking about. The notes here. One has to do with the zoning, the other one has to do with the development agreement. I think the development agreement may be more tougher. I think, you know, it seems like it's some really tough comments on the development agreement, so I think that's a little tougher. But what I heard tonight is the uses need to be defined, and I think, April, you've got most of those defined, right? So I think we're good for maybe changing that condition, add what the board is suggesting here. I hear the board needs a ratio on single-family versus townhomes. So that's a condition, Dave, you work with the attorneys. I think the board is recommending 75-25 is kind of what I heard, kind of listed the board. You know, that's just a completely volunteer thing. so we can't make them do anything, but kind of work with them and see where we can come up with that ratio of single-family versus townhome.
For clarity on that point for everyone here, the single-family detached homes are going to take up far more space per home. So in an event that you went with a ratio by a percentage, is it by units or is it by area?
Units,
How
I
much
think
of the area is being consumed?
Units.
Units, I think.
I would go with units.
I would say units.
Units,
Um,
in my opinion.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Versus area. So you're saying,
I'm running the math on this in my head very quickly. If you did 75% single-family detached, your overall yield for the neighborhood is going to plummet because you're just not going to have the area for anything like 300 units because you've used it all up.
300 units, that part, I don't care. I want to make sure that it's more homes versus townhomes. And nobody can give us an answer as to a raw number of dwellings. So therefore, it's more about the proportion. Because we don't want this turning into just like I said,
Townhomes, bro.
90% townhomes, so we'd have, 250 townhomes and then 50 homes.
Understood.
So it's more about a percentage yield.
Sometimes the issue is, what does it look like? So each townhome could be 3 or 4 or 5 units per building. And so very quickly, it will look like single-family detached as a neighborhood because that's what your eyes will see. But you will have more units of townhome than you would otherwise expect because they're smushed in together.
Right, and I understand that.
Okay.
And that is not the issue. We are getting townhome inundated here in Rolesville. So I don't want to see this turn into a 300-unit townhome property. It's more about the ratio versus the raw number.
That's helpful.
I'm speaking for myself, I'm sorry, fellow board members.
No, I've already said I'm already about
Yeah,
that.
and I think Dan's nodding too. So, see what we can come, I think the board is asking for a better definition of what the 300, and it may, like you said, may end up being less than 300. That means it may have to be bigger houses or something, I'm not sure, but see what they can offer, I guess, is kind of what they're hearing what the board is saying, so see what they can offer. I think we have some issues with the development agreement, has to do with the size of the biggest building there. I didn't hear much issue with the 100,000 square foot storage unit, because that's over somewhere. I think one person lived over that way, had something to say about it. But I know that the big shopping center building was talked about. I did hear commissioners mention about the veterans, so maybe relook at that condition, and also about affordability. That may be a harder thing. I'm not sure what you guys are thinking about affordability, but I heard that.
Well, where I was going with that, Mayor Curran, was the fact that we have worked on and approved back in October our affordable housing plan. So definitely want the staff to take a look at how that goes into every project of building for affordability as well. But one thing that I did want to add to your list that we did not talk about tonight was the fact that with the commercial development and the homes, whatever that ratio is going to be, right across the street is Staley's. Therefore, does the TIA call for a stoplight? And would that be, and that should be cost shared with Staley's and the developer, or how is that being done?
Yeah, that's on my list. Thank you for bringing that up, though. So, as for affordability, I think, Dave, you wanted to say something? No?
No, sir.
You good? April, is anything you want to add on affordability?
Oh, I just asked him to reconsider that number because 1 out of 300
Yeah.
is.
Did we ever come up with a affordability fund? We haven't come up with that yet. Is that part of the budget process or something? Because I guess that's an option the developer don't have, is contributing to a fund, did it?
No, we don't have an affordability fund.
When you were, I said, no, we don't have it, and that's something we're going to tackle this budget year?
Yeah, I think it was in our affordability plan.
Yes, it is. It's in the housing affordability plan.
Big piece of that. So I'm not sure, but sounds like the board wants to at least talk about affordability a little bit when it comes to the veterans and affordability. I did.
Not only
First
veterans.
I said veterans and affordability.
Oh.
Yeah.
And the first
And.
responders, teachers.
She did. I meant to say and. I think there's one good point brought, and this is something developer, I know Linwood said, they got a very good product out on Apex, out there, Apex. Is this maybe something you can offer, kind of in mind what you want to do? But he brought out about the 75% facade for the brick. We can't do statics no more, but maybe you can tell us and put in a condition what you're going to do as statics to make that a very presentable, commercial piece for the neighborhood and also for the street out there, So that's something y'all can think about. I don't think there's anything in there about that, but that's something that maybe it was brought up, so maybe we can kind of talk about. I did like the comment which came from one of them about the no overnight parking. So I'm not sure if anything that would be proposed to have overnight parking, but it's maybe something. What has overnight parking? Overnight parking lots and stuff, maybe. But that's something to think about. Dan brought up the stoplight. I had that on my list too. I'm not sure we know what's going to happen at that intersection. I mean, we don't own all of it. It's just a corner of it. But we could get a stoplight fund or something from that. So that's something to talk about, Dave. Is a stoplight. And then it sounds like it's a big issue around this buffing between the neighborhood and the commercial. So look at that again, Dave, and make sure. I think I heard some of the citizens felt like it was a wall would be there, a 3-foot wall or something. I'm not sure what the best do there, but it looks like there's still some issues around the buffering there. That is basically what I took notes from you guys. I got the traffic lights. Anything else somebody mentioned?
No, you covered majority.
Anything Jan mentioned?
I guess the one issue, and this was with the conditions with housing, having the 5-foot side setback, and it was mentioned by the developer that we had granted this provision to other developments.
We used to have it.
Yeah.
So a lot of our neighbors have 5 foot. So it wasn't
So it's
something.
like 10-foot total, correct?
So-
5
Correct.
foot.
So we changed it to 10, 3 years ago, 4? No, Michelle was still on board. So about 3 or 4 years ago. There's a push to change it. So that's something y'all have to decide.
Well, and I guess that's a discussion that, we could have regarding that and why we made that change. I mean, April, you've been with us the longest, so were you part of that conversation?
That was when I very, very first started, but I do know that some of the homes in the villages have 5 feet.
Okay, but I'm just like questioning then, why did we
It had to
change
do with stormwater. It was a claim made by stormwater wouldn't work in 5 foot. 10, see, it's 5 foot between houses.
Right, so
That's
10
10
foot,
foot.
right.
Now it's 20 feet. It was 10 feet, and there was a couple claims made that just don't work.
Well, I guess that
Right,
would be my
Dave?
question to planning.
You remember
is-
that, Dave?
I do.
Okay.
Maybe because
Because it's not like we're pulling numbers out of the air for any reason.
No.
So why was that instilled, a few years ago as to the 5 foot versus 10 foot? And that would be my question, probably go to planning, I would assume. So if it's just an aesthetic thing, if it's trying to give more land per residential unit, or is there another reason such as the stormwater drainage? I don't know. It obviously was before my time, but I personally would like the planning department, if you guys could kind of clarify that as to why that changed. Oh, yes, sir. So Eric, if you could tell the planning department to clarify why that was changed, that would be helpful in part of the discussions with all of these special,
This was a policy decision of the board to improve the performance of stormwater runoff under a belief that was proposed that turf grasses did not grow well when houses were too close to one another, and that the shading would reduce the growth of the grasses and thus increase the likelihood of erosion and poor stormwater performance. My recollection is that there was no planning department or environmental science basis for that, but it was a policy choice.
I like to tell it as it is. And to tell it as it is, it was all due about Perry subdivision, the one that's on Burlington Mills and Forestville Road there. So when Perry started, or came in, there was a lot of anti-Perry subdivision people, and that's one of the things they harped on is the 5-foot setbacks. And you remember?
I do.
And it was a person on the planning board that lived over there that had a lot of say-so in 5-foot setbacks and stuff, and he pushed it really hard. You remember, Dave?
I'm not as clear on it as you are, but that sounds entirely plausible. At the end of the day, why does anything pass in a local government? Because it got 3 votes. Sometimes that's all it's about.
I get all of that.
Okay.
I'm not, I get it if it was a personal, this is how I want it, and so this is how we're gonna do it. Okay, I get that. But was there science or was there a reason behind it? Was there a valid reason?
Not
Or was
to
the
my
reason
memory.
simply, this is how I want it? Got it.
There was no science behind it.
Okay. That was my clarification needed.
Yeah, in other words, science proved otherwise. It's kind of weird.
That's why school of government is very important.
But I think as Dave says, and you'll see this as you get longer, it only takes 3 votes, and when 3 commissioners gets tired of hearing something, they'll just vote on it.
It's very important.
And that's kind of what happened. Paul made the motion, let's go to 10, and everybody said, let's go to 10.
Okay, and
It's just to quieten everybody down, you know. Right?
that is all good.
It's fun. Watch the video. Go back. It's all on video. So,
In my spare time, I will.
yeah, it's really fun.
Like 2050, but.
But so I think that's a part of that development thing that you guys have to think about whether you want to change that or not.
What's the date?
What else did you guys hear that I'm missing? Anything?
I think that's everything on my list.
Staff will check the YouTube video and look at all of that, and I'm sure the applicant will as well.
All right. So with that, you know, it's up to the applicant to come up and say you wished us to continue to work on these conditions or not. So if you want us to continue, we will come up with a date that everybody can work with.
Yes, sir, that sounds very reasonable.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue it with what you guys think works
Okay.
best.
Sounds good. All right, so what's the next date from the planning department that we can, huh?
April the 7th is the date.
April the 7th,
Okay.
okay? I would say, I guess, to the citizens, we want to get this right. So, you know, I hope you guys, you know, have patience with that. So with that, I will entertain a motion to reschedule this public hearing. And I'm not going to close the public hearing. Sometimes I do. I'm going to keep the public hearing open because there's so much we've been talking about. We may want to see if anybody wants to say anything else. So I'm going to keep the public hearing open in case somebody wants to add to it. So, so with that, I need a motion to continue this thing to April the 7th. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to
Is there a second?
continue, oh, do I read it now?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Motion to continue REZ 2405 Atticus Woods, Waite Avenue to a future Town Board of Commissioners meeting, April 7th, 2026.
Second that motion.
We don't have Michael Paul back, do we?
We don't.
So we don't have to have I guess we don't have to have a roll call vote then? No? Okay. So I have a motion and I have a second. Is there any further discussion? Not hearing it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. Motion is approved. So you guys got to come back. Everybody's got to come back. Appreciate it. And we'll see what we can kind of do from there. So thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot. All right. So with that, I think we're going to have some communications from the town attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Curran. The only thing I have for you this evening is I would ask staff to retrieve the Scarborough case and bring that back for the board's review. The board did not take action on whether to annex that property. And so we probably need to do that this evening.
Yeah, it's just that little piece. Most of it is annexed.
Yeah.
It's just that little piece.
That was that piece, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was all.
The motion might be.
We could probably we can't put that in the consent agenda.
No. The motion would be, I move to annex the property identified in ANX 2503.
All right.
Can we do that now, or do we have to have it on the agenda for another?
No, it's on the agenda tonight.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, we just skipped it. We were so excited about the next case, we just moved on.
So I know Michael Paul's not here, but you want to take it up now?
It would be good to take it up now.
Okay.
Let me close that.
So I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion and second? Dan second? Linwood moved it, Dan second. So I got a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Appreciate that. Ayes have it. Motion approved. All right. Anything else, town attorney, we need to clean up?
It is my understanding that the manager has requested a closed session, and that form of motion should be at your place, and that would be in order at the conclusion of the regular agenda, which is right after y'all talk. Yep.
Okay.
Great.
We'll get to that
Thanks.
in a minute. Anything else? Anything else you want to report? Okay, I think town manager had a section, but is there anything else you want to report? Okay. Anything the board needs to report?
No, I don't have anything.
We've had a pretty long night, so let's kind of wrap it up. I will entertain a motion to go in closed session.
I'll take that motion, Mr. Mayor. I move that the board go into a closed session to instruct the public staff regarding the material terms for the acquisition of real property and consider a personnel matter pursuant to Chapter 143, Sections 318.11A5 and 6 of the North Carolina General Statutes.
Great. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So thank you. And we are in closed session. Hey, Rolesville, we are out of closed session. Just want to inform that no action was taken in closed session. We did get 2 updates, one from the town attorney and one from the town manager. And that's it. So I don't know of anything else for this board to address tonight. Board, do y'all have any closing comments, anything?
Do that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, I do have one.
Okay, go right ahead.
I move to adjourn.
All right. I got a motion adjourned. Any
Second.
opposition? Don't sound it. We adjourn. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, you can stay here by yourself.
Yeah.